Well, yeah, I'm an English teacher with a background in science. I have a degree in astrophysics from the University of London. But I've worked as an English teacher for many years. I've taught in 9 countries on 6 continents, ranging from Argentina to the Congo to New Zealand, through to where I am at the moment, which is in Japan. One of my current roles at the moment is teaching at the University of Shiga Prefecture, which is in Hikone, just north of Kyoto. Right here, we're on the shores of Lake Biwa, in fact, that picture you can see the first, the first slide of my presentation there. That is a picture of a Lake Biwa, and so, well, sad to say, that's not actually me in the picture. But you know, Lake Biwa is an interesting lake. You know, it's one of only a handful of ancient lakes in the world. An ancient lake is a lake that has been in continuous existence since before the last glacial period, which ended about 15,000 years ago. And well, Lake Biwa has been around in its current form for about 500,000 years. So it does make it one of the very few kind of ancient lakes in the world. So it's a special place, and very lucky to be living and working right here next to Lake Biwa. Well, that's right. That's right. And in fact, that's why I started with a slide of Lake Biwa, and that's why I started talking about kind of where I am as opposed to kind of who I am, because I mean, I do think that you know, the most exciting thing about online teaching, it's kind of it's an obvious but fundamental point. I think the great thing is the power of online teaching to bring together people from different parts of the world. Well, today I'm hoping to share with you an example of a project that we've been running for the last couple of years that really tries to use and really tries to exploit the power of online teaching to bring people together from different parts of the world. Well, actually, Philip, just before I do get started, I did just want to share a quote with you. Actually, the next the next slide here. How can I just? There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, actually, yes. Now, actually, I wanted to share a quote from a person called Dave Weiner, who is an American software developer. He's actually best known for developing a style of conference known as an unconference. It's a very kind of a collaborative, kind of discussion-based type of conference. And he came up with the idea one day when he was sitting through a kind of a very long and sort of boring PowerPoint presentation at a presentation, you know, somewhere in the world. And he looked around the audience, and he suddenly realized a kind of a fundamental truth of conferences. And this is it here. He realized that the sum of the expertise of the people in the audience is greater than the sum of expertise of the people on stage. In fact, he reckoned that things were even a bit worse than that. He reckoned if you went to an average conference and you swapped the people on stage with an equal number of random people taken from the audience, then the new panelists would effectively be smarter than the original ones, because they wouldn't have had time to prepare PowerPoint presentations. So he came up with this idea of kind of very collaborative discussion-based conferences. And one thing that I was hoping to do today, Philip, was to get a bit of interaction and to get a bit of discussion going in my presentation. I really do want to hear people's thoughts, comments, and reactions as we go through. So yeah, looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and comments today. Well, we'll give it a go, and well, if it doesn't work, then we may have to do it at the end. But well, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Um, well, that's correct. Actually, I mean, we've got some really experienced and some great people involved in online teaching in the group today. Yeah, one of the people to mention is Ian Simpson. He's just written in the comments box there, "I am here." Ian is someone who's doing some really exciting work in the field of online education at the moment. He's a professional rugby coach who became an English teacher, and you know, in professional sports coaching, they use live analysis tools to kind of mark up videos of games to sort of highlight good things and highlight bad things, so that when the coach plays the video back to the players, they can kind of see the coach's comments. You know, Ian had a great idea. He woke up one day and he realized that this same thing could be applied not only to professional sport coaching, but also to English teaching. And he's developed a really great piece of software. It's a very unique and a very simple bit of software called the Edge. It's a live analysis tool. It basically captures whatever is on your computer screen. It's normally a Skype. It's normally a Skype call, but it can be any platform. And as the lesson is in progress, the teacher can mark up various things just by pressing keys on the keyboard. It could be, you know, G for a grammar issue. It could be P for pronunciation. And at the end of the class, the software chops everything up into a sort of a 3 or 4 minute highlight package, which the student can then go and download and watch. And the process of doing that review and getting that feedback from the teacher makes it a really powerful and really effective feedback tool. So Ian is here today in the group. So if anybody is interested in that, they should certainly have a chat to Ian. They should certainly say hi to him. His bit of software is called the Edge, and as Ian often says, teachers really should give themselves the edge. So yeah, he's here today. Okay, excellent. Thanks. Great. Thanks very much, Philip. Thanks very much. Okay, so thanks a lot. And so today I'm really going to be talking about the power of online teaching to bring together people from different parts of the world. And I think that this power is particularly important when it comes to English language teaching. I think it's particularly important because of something called the Copernican principle. Now, as I said, I'm an English teacher and an astrophysicist, and people sometimes ask me, is there a connection between English teaching and astrophysics? And well, I think there is, and I think the connection is this chap right here on the screen there. This is This is the 16th century Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus. It was Copernicus who proposed that the Earth is not the center of the universe, and that the Earth goes around the sun. Now, in astronomy today, this idea has been developed into the Copernican principle, which says that there is no center in the whole universe. The Copernican principle says that we can explain how the universe works without having to assume that the Earth or any other point occupies a central or special position. There are no special observers in the universe. Now, I think that this same idea, this same principle can be applied to the English language. 500 years ago, English was spoken by about 3 million people, and the center of the English-speaking world was right here. Let's go there. Yeah, we've got the next slide there. This was the center of the English-speaking world. There we go. Yes, about 500 years ago. My slides are kind of jumping around on the screen a bit there. I hope everybody can see that. Okay, can everybody see the slides? Okay. This is 16th century London. This is the River Thames, and there's the old London Bridge and the old St. Paul's Cathedral away at the back. So 500 years ago, London really was the center of the English language. This was the kind of the Aristotelian world of English, and kind of culturally and politically, the English language revolved around London. But if we jump forward 500 years to today, then for these days, English is spoken by about 2 billion people, and non-native speakers outnumber native speakers by about 3 to 1. We've got our next slide there. Okay. Now this is now the Copernican world of English. In this world, there is nobody who occupies a central or special position. It's not London that's the center of the language. It's not even native speakers that are the center of the language these days, because they are outnumbered by the number of non-native speakers in the world. I'm actually just going to take a second just to try to get these slides properly kind of sorted out here, because they're kind of jumping around on the screen. And let me just see if I can get these sorted out here once and for all. Can't do much with them. Oh, okay, Nelly. Now I've seen your comments. In the yes, okay, Nelly.
Graham,
I've just seen your comments there now. Yeah.
Sorry. The slides are PDFs, so what you need to do is you don't scroll down. You simply go to an arrow. It's the third arrow from the left that says next page. You just click on that. You do not scroll, because if you scroll, it's going to start moving. Okay, so no scrolling, just go next.
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah. Okay, I've got that.
All right.
Actually, I can't hit the buttons. The buttons are all kind of grayed out for me.
So can you just tell me next, and I'll do it for you?
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Great. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks very much. Thanks, Nelly. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, we're living in this kind of Copernican world of English, where nobody occupies a central or special position. And I think, as an example of that, this is a great story that I heard from Richard Pooley, who is a cross-cultural communication consultant, and he has a great story about Korean Air, and about the time that Korean Air bought some flight simulators. Nelly, could we get the next slide, please? So Korean Air was wanting to buy some flight simulators, and they were talking to 2 possible suppliers. a British company and a French company. Now, the negotiations were taking place in English, but as the negotiations went on, the Koreans found that they could understand the French-speaking English better than they could understand the British-speaking English. Now, one of the things when you buy flight simulators is that you have to get training in how to use them. The pilots have to be trained, and this training is given in English. Now, the Koreans thought, well, look, hey, we understand the French-speaking English better than we understand the British-speaking English. And with all other things being equal, they decided to award the contract to the French company. The French company won the contract because they spoke English better than the British. Now, of course, if they speak English better, in a Copernican universe, we can't really say what better means. There's not really any such thing as better English. But what we can say is that the French understood, the Koreans understood the French better than they understood the British, and that's why they got the contract. Now, these days, students in general are not learning English because they want to communicate with native speakers. In fact, most students these days, when they're learning English, they're going to be using it to communicate with other non-native speakers. They're going to be using it to communicate with Chinese people, with Germans, with Brazilians, and with the rest of the 1.5 billion people in the world who are using English not as a native language, but as a communication tool. Now, I think this does lead to a very sort of interesting question in terms of teaching, which is how much exposure do students get to other forms of non-native English? When I say sort of other forms of non-native English, I mean different accents, different pronunciations, different rhythms, different styles, different ways of speaking. How much exposure do students get to that during their learning career? Now, here in Japan, for example, students get a lot of exposure to Japanese English from their teachers at school and from each other when they're doing pair work and group work in classes. They also get a lot of exposure to native English. There's a lot of great native English teachers here in Japan. And of course, they can get native English from movies, from TV, from the radio, etc. But how often do students get exposure to other non-native speakers? How often do they hear and get a chance to interact with Korean speaking English or to with French people speaking English? And in most cases, the answer is never. Until, that is, they are out in the real world, part of their job is part of their work, or simply traveling overseas, and then that's when they need the English for communicating with these non-native, these other non-native speakers. And I think that this really is the most exciting thing about online teaching, and it is its power to bring together non-native speakers from across the world and giving them the opportunity to interact together. So today I'm going to share an example of a project that we've been working on for a couple of years, which aims to do this. And the platform we use for this is very simple. It is simply a Skype group call. Nelly, could we get the next slide, please? Just in case anybody doesn't know, we have a picture of a Skype group call. Or maybe I can do it. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Okay. I think I'm able to control the slides. You know, that's great. This is a picture of what a Skype group call looks like. This is just an image taken from the Skype website. But I think this picture illustrates two things. Firstly, the good news. I think this does show how this really is a simple and powerful tool for bringing people from different locations together. The second point is the bad news, I think this image also highlights one of the big challenges of teaching online. And that when we look at this screen here, we are looking at very small kind of two-dimensional pictures of people. And there is the question: how easy is it to teach to two-dimensional people online? Now, at this point, I'd like to share a quick video, and I need to just find where the video is. Oh, hey, thanks. That's not the link there. Nelly, this is the video, the MP4 video. Let's just have a quick. Okay, that's not it there. Nelly, there was sorry. This is the MP4 video, Nelly. Again, that's not it there. Oh, Rob, I've just seen your comment there.
This is a picture of my daughter's jack-o'-lantern from a couple years ago. You know, in the U.S. we.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll just go back to where I was.
But
in
this is a picture of
my
daughter's jack-o'-lantern from a couple years ago.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much, Rob. Thanks for that. Okay, now this is a short video clip of Mary Helen Imodino-Yang, who is a neuroscientist, and she's one of the leading figures in the field of mind, brain, and education. And she's giving here a talk about the neurobiology of social emotion and its connection to teaching. Now she's starting her talk with a picture of a jack-o'-lantern. A jack-o'-lantern is one of those Halloween pumpkins that's been kind of hollowed out, carved out, and it has a candle inside. So Mary Helen starts her talk with a picture of this jack-o'-lantern, along with a warning message that says, this talk is dark and scary. Now we have here a 2-minute clip of Mary Helen talking about this slide. And as I play this clip, I'd like you to have a think about what the connection is between what Mary Helen is saying here and, in particular, the challenges of teaching online. So here is 2 minutes of Mary Helen Imodino-Yang.
You know, in the U.S. we celebrate Halloween, and we carve out pumpkins with faces and we put candles inside them. And the reason that I'm showing you this is because I think, again, it's a nice depiction of what I do as a neuroscientist and what you do every day as a person and as an educator especially. When you look at this jack-o'-lantern in the darkness, you can't see the candle on the inside that's shining out. You can't see the warmth and the heat and the light that make that thing come alive. But you imagine what's going on inside there and the state of that candle based on the feeling it gives you when you watch, based on the knowledge you have about, you know, candles and physiology. So if we segue into humans now, I can't see inside my experiment participants' brains. I can't see inside your minds right now. You can't see inside mine. But if we want to learn from something from one another and connect to each other, we use our own experiences as a kind of a platform for vicariously conjuring and experiencing what we imagine might be the physiological state of another human being. As I even look across you right now, I look at your facial expressions, I look at your postures, I look at you know, the nods and the behaviors you're doing, and I ask myself, not consciously, right, but are these people following me? Are they engaged? Should I slow down? Should I speed up? You know, how are people reacting? And you're doing the same thing with me. You're watching me and trying to imagine and build for yourself inside your own mind the information that I'm trying to share from mine. It's a kind of a cognitive empathy that we have going on here, where I'm building a picture for you, and you are trying, based on what I'm telling you, to rebuild it inside your own mind, and to share my mind with you, and me to share yours, and to use that as a starting point for establishing a rapport that allows us to learn from one another. And that right there is the essence of education. That is what educators are meant to do.
So there we have Mary Helen Imorino-Yang. Now, did anybody have any thoughts on the connection between what Mary Helen was saying there and the challenges of online teaching? You know, we've got the comments box on the right there, and okay, so Yulia thought that was a good comparison, and I think that was a great, yeah, I think there was an interesting I think there were some interesting similarities there for sure. Yes, yeah. Did anybody else have any thoughts or any one or two words that could but I think, okay, Mohammed, yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I agree with that, Rafaela. That was super interesting. Now, I mean, I think that the what she's talking about there, she's talking about yeah, okay. Now there's a great comment there, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I didn't quite catch your name, but then Julie's made the same point, talking about rapport. Mary Helen is talking about building cognitive empathy. She's talking about sharing minds, and you know, doing that well is difficult enough, you know, at the best of times. But I think when you're online, when the student is just a two-dimensional image from the teacher's perspective, and when the teacher is simply a two-dimensional image from the student's perspective, I think that makes it just so much more difficult. And I think that really is the big challenge of online teaching. Now, this weekend in this online summit, we are going to be hearing from lots of brilliant experts who have brilliant ideas of great ways for building empathy online. For my part, I'm just going to talk briefly about a project that we've had some excellent results with, using, as I said before, simply Skype group calls as a way to bring students from different countries together. Yeah, by the way, all these students in the comment box, absolutely, yeah, establishing rapport, empathy, sharing minds, that whole thing, yeah, it's so difficult online. I agree with everything there. Thanks for all the comments. So the project we've been working on brings students together in Skype group calls. Now we were looking for some kind of an activity that students could do, something that was collaborative, something that was fun and exciting, and something that was language based. And we took some inspiration from outside the educational sector. We looked to the entertainment sector, and we looked in particular to the movie industry, and we looked to one particular part of the movie industry, one particular stage of the movie making process, which is the read-through. Now, a read-through is where it's one of the pre-production stages in making a movie. It's where all of the actors get together and sit down around a large table together with other key personnel, such as directors and producers and script writers. And the actors simply read through the script. This is then followed by a discussion about the script and about the story. Now, I'm going to play a quick video, a short video showing a read-through taking place. This is a read-through, not from a movie, but from a TV drama. It's a read-through for an episode of a TV drama called Degrassi. And I'm going to play you a quick clip of the read-through here. It's a read-through followed by a short discussion. And when you're watching this video, I'd like you to think about what you notice about the actors who are doing this read-through, and what you notice in particular about their mental state as they are doing this read-through together. So here is the clip.
Start reading, and then we will be discussing episode 1231.
Bittersweet Symphony, Part 1.
I'm sorry to say this, Maya, but Campbell Saunders is dead.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It appears as he committed suicide in the greenhouse sometime overnight. He was found by a student about an hour ago.
Wait, this is a mistake. I just saw him the other day. He's obviously fine.
A silent beat. Simpson shakes his head.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
Best episode by far. I've never gone to a read-through and like felt it here. I looked over to Demo and I was like, I feel sick in my stomach.
There was so much time between when you screamed and told Claire to go get the call 911 and when you found out what happened. It was like this suspense. I was like, what is happening? I'm really scared.
So there we have the clip of the read-through. Again, if anybody's able to just type one or two words into the comment box in terms of really what they noticed, what they took away in terms of the mental state of the actors, what the actors were feeling and experiencing as they did that read-through. Again, I see we've got a few people typing away. So yeah, I was thinking about, trying to think about the, in particular, the mental state of the actors as they were doing that read through. And yeah, so Andrea, right, you've gone there, stimulated. Yeah, I think that's an excellent, excellent word. I totally agree with that. I think the stimulation. I think the excitement, emotive. Yeah, Jim there, absolutely. Yeah, the. Oh, this is wonderful. Yes, yeah. Oh, the need for reflection and sharing. That's a great comment there as well. Emotionally engaged. Now we're seeing a few people, yes, coming up with the word emotion, creating a sense of community. Oh, absolutely. That's Louise Nick there. I think this is yes. What we had here was professional actors sitting in a pretty dull, windowless room. But when they were doing this read-through, I mean, they felt it. They felt the emotion. They felt the empathy with their characters, with the other characters, and with each other. So we have a project called Skype Read. And as part of this project, we bring students from different countries together in Skype group calls to do read-through of movie scripts, to try to capture that emotional experience, trying to capture that kind of sense of togetherness that actors get during a read-through. I can show you a quick example of what this looks like when we do this. I can share a quick example of one of our projects from earlier this year, which is where we connected some students at Omi Kyodaisha, which is a high school here in Japan, near Kyoto. We are connected there with some American high school students who were taking part in a science summer camp at Alma College in Michigan. I think we have there we have, yes, there we have a picture of our American high school students doing something sciencey there. Now, at the beginning of this project, we brought together small groups of Japanese students together with the American students. We brought together small groups in Skype group calls to do a read-through of a science fiction movie. The movie we chose for this project was this movie here, Europa Report, which is a very exciting but a very realistic science fiction movie it's about an international mission to search for evidence of life on Europa, which is one of the moons of Jupiter. Now, when we did this read-through, I can just show you a quick clip of what it looked like when we did this read-through. We just have a quick bit of video from the read-through when it took place. You can see here these are the Japanese students here at the high school in Japan. On the other end of the Skype call there are the American students in Michigan. So here we're in small groups of about 5 or 6 students in total doing a read-through of the movie. Now, when we did this movie, it was absolutely great as a team-building exercise. It was wonderful for building rapport and building empathy between the members of the group. It was also great as a language and communication exercise. For the Japanese students, it was an opportunity to use English. And for the American students, it was a great chance. To experience working with non-native speakers. Now we then used the communication and collaboration skills that the students had developed for some group learning. And over the next few weeks, in their same groups, the students formulated and came up with an answer to a science question based on the movie. And I can just show you the questions that they came up with. Well, as you can see here, they came up with a tremendous range of questions, ranging from questions about chemistry. Is there an alternative to using hydrogen as rocket fuel? Right the way through to sort of more ethical questions. Down at the bottom, we have do the scientific discoveries from space outweigh the need for humanitarian missions on Earth? So they were covering lots of different areas here, and as part of this part of the investigation into these questions, they were using Skype group calls again, and also using other tools such as email and Google Docs and so on. Now, of course, you may be thinking that one of the interesting things here is, of course, that this does involve American students, and of course, these are native speakers. But I think this is one of the great things about online teaching is its power not just to develop language skills, but also its power to help students develop cross-cultural team-working skills. And these skills are, I think we could say, as important. We could even argue that they are more important than language skills. Now, just as a reminder on the importance of cross-cultural skills, I do have a quick quote from Nancy J. Adler, who's at McGill University. She consults on cross-cultural management. We have a quick quote from her here, which is right here. Interconnectedness through modern technology has deluded many people. There is the false assumption that just because we can reach anyone in the world so easily through email or Skype, we are therefore all the same. And I think that's a powerful reminder that we probably all need from time to time. And I think online teaching has this power to develop not just language skills, but to help us develop students' cross-cultural teamworking and collaboration skills. Just to finish today, just to mention another project where we are seeking to bring students together from different parts of the world. We are currently working on a global communication and science project, which seeks to use solar eclipses as teachable moments that can connect students in different countries. A solar eclipse is a truly global event. The shadow of the moon as it passes across the surface of the Earth. Really, I mean, obviously, it does pay no attention to national boundaries or borders. It really is a truly global event. And our next project is going to be bringing together students from different countries who are going to be experiencing total eclipses or partial eclipses in two eclipses that are taking place next year. We're going to be bringing students together online, working in English, and we're going to be thinking about science, we're going to be thinking about astronomy, and we're going to be doing, well, we're going to be having some fun and working on language skills by doing some read-throughs of science fiction movies. Now, by the way, Peter's got a great comment there. You know, Skype reads great for shy students because they can play a role, they can play a persona, and that's absolutely right. It's one of the great things with this. You can give a shy student a role in the movie, which really you know, forces them to come out. In fact, you can also take a student who's maybe a little bit too forward, and it's quite interesting if you give them a role that is the kind of the opposite of their character and personality as well. And again, in terms of building empathy, and in terms of students being able to see things from different perspectives and see the world from different angles, there's a lot of power, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of great things you can do as you kind of manage the parts in the movie there. So that's a great comment, thanks. Now I should just say, just like to say a very quick thank you to Garuda Indonesia, who are sponsoring our global communication and science project. One of the universities we're going to be working with on this is Tadulako University in Indonesia, which is going to be experiencing a 2-minute total eclipse next year. So we are very grateful to Garuda Indonesia for that. Just to sum up, what I've tried to do today is to talk about how the great thing for me about online teaching is its power to bring together students from different parts of the world. I think this is particularly important when it comes to English teaching because of the Copernican principle and because non-native speakers are such an important part of the majority of the English-speaking community in the world. And I do think that good collaborative exercises using simple tools like Skype group calls can really be excellent for helping students to build empathy and to develop language skills and cross-cultural teamworking skills, and also to do some group learning across a very wide range of different domains. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening. Philip and Nelly and Rob for all the help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you for such a great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, and you were able to manage the glitches quite well. You were able to get it all together.
yeah. Sorry, well, that was Nelly and Rob, as always. Kind of rescued me there. Thank you very much, Nelly and Rob.
Great. Thank you, Graham,
Excellent.
again.
Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Graham. See you soon. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And Graham just mentioned about on-conference. I think the beginning of today's session was a bit of an on-conference, I think. So apologies for that. That was entirely my fault. But yeah, it was a rather abrupt beginning. So I'll just kind of lead you through what I should have led you through earlier, which is a little bit about what we're doing in the conference overall. So I just kind of give you the lineup here. Graham, coming up next, we have Rob and Jack Prince, then Jack Askew, Jason Levine, and Frank Bonkowski. And tomorrow, actually, there's a little bit of a mix-up here. Chuck is actually on in Sylvia's place, and Sylvia is in Chuck's place on the 6th. So thanks everyone for coming so far. I'd just like to put a word out to the sponsors. Ian, hello out there, and he's from The Edge, and we've heard a little bit from Graham about that. And next we have Integrating Technology from Dr. Nelly Deutsch, and Nelly has been a great help to me here. She's really saved my skin as regards a lot of things on this conference and getting things together, as well as Rob, who's coming up next. And I'd just like to mention Gallery Teachers and Giovanni in Gallery Teachers, and Chuck, who's behind ITDI for training and education for English language teachers. So I'll just go on next. I want to talk a little bit about some technical things that we might have. Some of you may have a few issues with now and then. So basically, to lower the mic volume, you click on the icon, this one here with the 3 bars up on the top right-hand corner, and then choose Settings. You will see on the drop-down menu, and move the slider to the left to decrease your mic volume by 35%. Okay, click on Good to Go. Okay, self-explanatory, I think, that one. Now, next one. We just have another slide here. Should have anyway. Oh, here we go. Okay. Tips to improve your experience. So if things are going pear-shaped, close down everything else. So Skype, Facebook, etc. And leave the room and come back in. Well, not physically, but the WizIQ room. Try a different browser. I'm actually on Google Chrome at the moment. I tried Firefox. I don't know if Firefox works all the time, so maybe I don't know what it's like on Internet Explorer. And when all else fails, clear your cache or turn off your computer and start again. So there's a great tool called CCleaner. CCleaner, and if you want to use that, it will help you to clear out your cache. So another question people have been asking me, I've been getting a number of emails today, is whether or not the conference will be recorded. Yes, it will be and is being recorded as you speak, and it will be available afterwards. So you'll be able to see us whenever you want us. Now, so we're almost ready to go on to Rob. But before I move to Rob, does anyone have any questions or anything about? Okay. Are there other places to find Graham Jones online? Yes, 10 sentences. If you look, I think it's 10sentences.com, you'll be able to find Graham. Graham also writes a column for EFL magazine, the Copernicus column, so you can find him there. You can click on his profile and all his social media links come up. Okay, oh, it's a technical question. Okay, how can I expand the chat box so I can see questions and answers? Okay, I think maybe if you go to the corner and drag, maybe that might work it. So if you go to, like, above the chat bubble and drag, maybe that might do it. So you might try that one, Jane. Okay. Any other questions, Vance? Have you got something there, or before we move on to? All right. Now, all right, versus video calls in online teaching. Well, I'll let Rob answer that question maybe for the next session. And can you make the speakers live video than the rest of you? Okay, bigger. Okay. We'll deal with all these issues there when they come up. So almost ready for Rob to come on. So whenever you're ready, Rob, you can come in. So let me see, where's Rob's piece here? Great.
Hello.
Hello, Rob. How are you? How?
I'm great.
And where are you calling us
yourself?
from? I'm great. It's evening here in Tokyo. 3 minutes past 9. What time is it there in Rio?
Yeah. Well, I'm here in Rio de Janeiro. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's a beautiful sunny day. So that's why the shades are closed, so you can see.
Great, great. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to you as well as Nelly. You've been, your patience and your generosity as always, you know, in teaching us how to use WizIQ, and I still very much an amateur. So yeah, big thanks to you. And yeah, Rob, I'd like to find out a little bit more about you, actually, your background. I don't know if I really probed you with these kind of questions before, but yeah, so tell me a little bit about how you got into teaching and how you got into online teaching and why you're interested in online teaching.
Well, basically my background is business. I went to school for management and international business and marketing. And I did that for years. And I really was teaching for 40 years because I used to train staff, train, other management people. And I also minored in education because I knew someday I wanted to be a teacher, but I figured I'd wait until I made some money first in business. And coming to Brazil, I became a teacher. And, I love it. And I knew that I always wanted to do teaching. And ever since, I've been very happy.
Great, great. And online teaching, how did that transition happen? When did you first go online, as they say?
Well, when I came to Brazil 12 years ago, I used to live in the northeast of Brazil, and I had students up there. But then I moved to the big city in Rio about 10 years ago, and people wanted to continue studying. So I started looking into my options with teaching online, and that's when I started Online Language Center and have been doing that on and on. Worked in a course here, and the course that I was working with, they also started an online component, which I got involved with that, which brought me to WizIQ. And ever since then, the business has been growing for really the past year and a half because I put my entire concentration into the online business. So I only teach a few face-to-face classes anymore.
Hey, okay. And tell me about the transition. I mean, there's different challenges being online, and can you tell me a little bit about how that happened, how you adjusted?
Yeah. Well, the transition actually for me was pretty easy because I'm good at technology most of the time, not as good as Nellie, and I'm still learning with her. But from technology, I took right to it. I don't have a problem performing in front of a camera, which many teachers do. And I definitely don't have any problem dealing with the business aspect of having an online business because of my business background. So the transition for me was very easy. It took me a couple weeks to get used to everything. But having trained and been training other teachers for the past 4 years, I noticed that it's very difficult. And that's why, this summit is the perfect vehicle for people interested in moving to online from the classroom, because we've got 12 experts here that all are going to give you different aspects of the business and what you can do to be successful from day one. Things that probably the 12 of us didn't have when we started.
Invaluable. And do you think everybody can do it? I mean, you cited the fact that, you have a business experience, education experience. So can everybody do it? Go online and teach?
Well, I think if people get the proper training and come to summits like this, listen to the 12 of us and talk about our experience and the good sides, the bad sides, the things that went well, I think they can do it easily. I think if they don't do it and just want to set up a quick, easy website and jump onto Skype without any training, without any business background, they probably won't make the transition very well. I know a lot of teachers here in Brazil who have tried this and they've failed because they didn't get the training that you put together here with this summit, which is a wonderful idea. And so it's good to see everybody here getting involved and listening to us. And I think doing this, you'll definitely succeed.
Good, good. And the future, what's happening in online? The future, is it all going to migrate online? Where do you see it?
Well, I think it will definitely grow. I've been reading a lot of articles. There was a big article in the New York Times, I believe, last week where some expert said that online will die. And I really think he doesn't understand online. And I really think that he doesn't understand where the future of the world is going. Here in Brazil, we have a huge amount of problems with people having to work later. When I started teaching, people left their job at 6 o'clock. Now they're leaving their job at 10 o'clock at night. And there aren't any courses to learn English open at 10 o'clock at night. What's the answer? Obviously online. And this is why we're growing in Brazil. Plus you have the flexibility. We have huge traffic problems here, and just getting the right teacher to learn exactly what it is that you need to learn. You have so much flexibility with online. It can only get better. The biggest thing that's happening is we're seeing the technology finally catching up. We noticed this with the big webathon that we had, that unfortunately technology isn't as good as what we need as teachers to do our job, but we find that changing every week. The platforms are getting better and better. We have more flexibility, and the internet is getting faster and faster. So, I think it's definitely looking towards a bright future, and I pray for that because I now have a mobile business.
Great.
So I may be living next to you next week.
Good. I look forward to it.
Or I could be here in Brazil.
And finally,
You owe me a bottle of
oh yeah, I owe you a cask, I think. Yeah, definitely. So just one last question, Rob, before I'll let you go. And advice. What would you have a word of advice or for people looking to move online?
Yeah, training. It really comes down to training. Watching this, and you're going to have the recordings available. I really think take advantage of it. Watch all the recordings again and keep doing this. You're going to hear from the experts. All of us have some sort of business too that we deal with the online, come to us for training. Do it right from the beginning. Also, just to plug you, you have a lot of great articles in EFL magazine that a lot of us have been writing and giving you advice. Read these and train, and you'll be successful.
Great. Well, I look forward to it, Rob. It's all yours.
Okay, thanks
Talk to you
so
soon.
much. Okay, cheers. All right, well, welcome. And like Philip said, I'm Rob Howard. I'm here in Brazil. I'm originally from Boston, and I've been teaching online about 10 years now. And what I want to talk about today is something a little bit different, is once you start your business, which a lot of people will talk about, how to start it, how to get things going. What's very important is to understand how to keep the business alive and keep the business growing. So, how do we get there? Well, we're going to go through some of those steps quickly. And, oh, by the way, I'm not going to watch the chat box, so hold all your questions till the end if you could. And, you know, any questions you may have, we'll talk about. I'm going to go through this quickly for you. First of all, you have to start off with the organization, greeting, orientation, rapport, and feedback. And we'll go through all of these steps. And I first wanted to ask a couple of quick questions. Just in the chat box, if you can give a thumbs up or just type yes. Are you teaching face-to-face only? Just want to get a rough idea. We have about 90 people here. No, okay. Yes, okay, great. A lot of face-to-face teachers. And are you teaching online now? Let's see, yeses or nos. Oh, great. We have a lot of yeses. A few nos, not yet. Good. Great. Okay, good to see. All right. Next question. Just one word. Type a quick one. What is it that makes you feel alive? Passion. Something new. Nice. Passion. A lot of passion. Wow, you guys are a passionate group. Laughing, creativity, feedback. Nice. And now I want you to answer, what makes you feel at home? I'm home right now. I'm sure most of you feel at home. Family, the bedroom, security, comfort, your PC. Oh, I'm sorry. Easy, I'm afraid to ask. Everywhere, safeness, warmth. Great. Okay. Karen. Karen's stealing my answers. Okay, well, just a quick one. This is at home with me. Wasn't I cute? There's me as a little kid. In the middle, there's me with my baby. This is growing up in Boston. And then my baby, which turned 30 2 days ago. And then my move to Brazil. I was a beach bum, lived right on the water. And now I'm here in the city. This is my background. Unfortunately, I can't show you because the sun is shining in. So I'm at home, and I hope you're feeling at home. So a few things. Home is warm. Home should be cozy. Home is yours. And home is home. Home is a word. There is no other word to describe home very well. And what we want to do right from the beginning is make the online student feel at home. And this is very important to keep them going. And you've spent a lot of money to get students. You've spent a lot of money to develop your course. You've done a lot to get them there. Now you have to keep them, because the idea of your business, of course, is to keep growing, keep continuing. Keep the student coming back. So right from the start, you have to make them feel at home. And looking at the classroom, for those of you who are classroom teachers, this is the same thing. You have to make them at home with the language, the teacher, the time, the pace of the class, the methodology, and with their classmates. You have all these same challenges when you're online. But in addition to this, now you're going to have to make them feel at home with the camera. Many students don't like talking to the camera. The microphone, how to log in, working with the platform, the course itself, and just dealing with technology. This is a whole new challenge that you have to add to your set of making them feel comfortable with the class. Now, this is something I do in my live presentations, but imagine this. You're the teacher in the middle, and here's your class. You know, because we're not in the same place, think of everybody's not seeing each other, just like we are right here today. All you do is see me. And, you know, we think the reality is we have a good little circle and everybody's paying attention. But reality is we're looking at all these different challenges, you as a student, while you're home. You have the crying baby, the dog, the girl in the bikini. Oh, sorry. Television is going on. There could be a soccer match. In my case, tomorrow, football games. The phone rings. You're worried about money, the neighbor, everything. These are all challenges. And we have to engage them to draw them away from these challenges while they're in the classroom. Okay, so students have to be relaxed right from the start. They need to be enjoying themselves, and they really need to be entertained. You're going to have to turn into an entertainer. Ah, okay. I don't know what Philip just did. Let me change back. Okay, great. Yes, be comfortable with technology. That was entertaining. Okay, so the class must fulfill the needs, just like any class, be rewarding, and also facilitate learning. Just like a regular classroom, we have all the same challenges. So what we're going to talk about first, let's talk about organization. Before you even start, or for those of you who have already started, take a step backwards. Analyze exactly what it is that you're trying to do, exactly what your goals are, and start planning everything right from the very beginning. You need to get your ducks in a row because as you're building, you're going to start giving more classes, you're going to have more people joining, hopefully, and you're not going to have time to get all these things in place. Now, being from a business background, I'm crazy. I have a spreadsheet for everything. Right here, before I even started with my students, you know, I worked up a schedule. Here's my teachers, here's the students that are coming in. Do all this planning beforehand because trying to do it and run the business becomes very difficult. Come up with your materials beforehand or very quickly because you'll always be producing new materials, but get the basic things done right up front. Come up with your style, your branding, and everything immediately. From the greeting, as soon as you get contact from a potential client, explain everything. Tell them everything that's going to happen so there's no surprises. And you want to bring them home and close the sale. Ways of doing that on my website, one of my pages has everything they need to know in one spot. My methodology, what we do, what we offer, how we connect, how they can pay, the requirements of what they have, what's expected, and what they should expect from us. Now, for orientation, I'm not one for giving free classes. And I don't like giving free classes. Most people, I usually say this to the potential students, you don't do your work for free. You know, please don't expect me to do mine. How I get by with this is say, okay, we're going to do a demonstration evaluation for your first class. And what we do is we demonstrate me as a teacher, the platform, everything, and we can do our evaluation of them. So you can match them up with the proper teacher, match them up with the proper materials. And right from the beginning, you want to show them the value of what you're going to offer them. Right up front in my opening email to them, I send them all the instructions that they may need, all the information. So there's not going to be any technological surprises. Unfortunately, not everybody reads these, but if you went through here, you would see all the problems and all the settings that you have to have with your computer. Again, do this before you start teaching. You notice the slide here. I came up with this just to show people who are confused and show them right in the beginning, okay, this is how you're going to do this. This is how you're going to do that. And they'll feel much more comfortable with the technology and with the classroom platform. Home rules. Tell them what they should expect from us right from the start, but also make sure you tell them what's expected from them. You know, we expect them to be on time, to participate. If it's a one-to-one class, of course, very important to show up on time. If it's a group class, we expect them to take part, respect everybody, and, you know, talk to them about how we expect to meet their expectations, but also what we need to meet our expectations. Building rapport, just like in the class, but from the very beginning that you start to talk to people, ask questions, but listen to their answers. This is a key thing, and I see a lot of people don't do this. Note down their needs. Write down all their concerns, everything they're looking for, and I actually keep these on file because, as I'll show you later on, these are things that I'm going to refer back to later on. And it's very important to get to know your student, because what we're going to do is use this information when we get to the stage of personalizing classes. And personalization, you're going to see, is one of the most important things that we have to do to keep students engaged. Feedback. Give them ideas. For example, if I have a doctor who's joining class or is starting to study with me, and you know they're worried about their listening skills not being so good, I recommend that you know they watch doctor shows on American TV. Watch things. There's plenty. There's ER. There's every hospital show that exists. You'd be amazed at how many people say, "Oh, I've never thought of that." There's legal shows. Give them ideas. Show them added value, that you've really thought about what it takes to improve their English, and give them ideas from the start. The other thing that I also recommend is check in with your students often and give them some feedback, especially after a month, after 3 months, after every 2 months. Give them important feedback through emails. Give them some more ideas. Remember, this is going to make them feel part of the company. In my case, where I have 10 teachers, I don't always have contact with the student themselves. They only have contact with the teacher. So I check in with my teachers to find out about how the students are doing. And I like to send out an email directly to the student, not just to Bill. So they know I'm involved and, you know, really care about their learning. Remember, you are the expert, So you have to give them everything that they need. Okay? Be the Einstein. Now, students must be focused, of course, much more, I feel, than in the regular classroom. In a face-to-face classroom, I'm standing in front of them. If they're using their cell phone and checking Facebook or something else, I can see that. And usually they won't do it. But when I'm in a class like this, I don't know what you guys are doing. I have an idea that Philip is off making dinner, probably for the family, and not even watching us. Philip, say hi in the chat room if you're here. Ah, he's here. Okay, good. Just kidding. You want to keep them interested. You want to keep them paying attention. And this is very important. Keep them focused. Okay? Make sure they're here. Hi, Robert. Nice name, by the way. The result is going to be better attendance, better retention, and this is what's going to help you grow your business. Just to give you an idea, I've been working with online, and historically, MOOCs, online courses, you'll read things about this all the time, that they have horrible retention rates. Since I've started this business and was working for the other business, I've tracked everything. And other than the students that, have gone away because we're teaching for a specific purpose, like a presentation, an interview, a test, whatever, our students, we keep a 95 to 98% retention rate, which is pretty unheard of in the industry. And we do this because we really treat them as a customer. And this is so important that you're going to become part of their life, I feel, more than what you do in the classroom. Also, for growth, these people, through word of mouth, are your advertising. You spent a lot of money and time to get them there, to get a good product. Now, take advantage of them. Ask them for referrals. Tell them, recommend to your friends. Do a share on Facebook, whatever. You students are customers first. Exactly, Bob. And you have to remember that. Not only are they a student, but they are a paying client. If you work for a course, you don't see the money aspect. Here you are. So by making them feel at home right from the start and continuing this with feedback, engagement, you're going to be able to grow your business. Will they leave? Yeah, a lot of students will leave. They'll reach their goal. They'll find that maybe the schedule is difficult. Here in Brazil, we're going through a huge economic crisis right now, and people are really having a hard time managing going to English class and paying the bills. So yeah, you're always going to lose some students, but if they leave on a good and happy note, they'll be back someday. Welcome back, Nellie. Um, Treat them right, they'll be back. I have students from 8 years ago who are coming back coincidentally now because that they've felt their English has slipped off over the years and they were happy before, so they're coming back. The leaves were beautiful. They were on the way to the beach the other day. I had to take a picture. Now, how do we touch them online? Can we? Should we? And I don't mean in a bad way, but do we? Do we really connect with students in an online environment? Sit back and think, are you making that personal connection? I really feel right from the start, you notice that I showed you pictures of me from being a little boy on up to the old man that I am now. I open up myself right from the beginning with these people. They know about me. I share my personal Facebook with them. My personal and professional Facebook are the same. And I open up my entire life to them. I'm an open book, sometimes too open, some would say. But how can you expect them to open up to you in a classroom if you don't open up yourself to them? So you really need to think about and reevaluate what it is you're doing. If you open up your life on Facebook and you're worried about kids' pictures or school pictures or specific thing, don't put it on this page. But I don't like the idea of the professional only page that doesn't show anything about your life. Because the more open, the more friendly you are, the longer there'll be a client. And I'll tell you, the more referrals you're going to get. I get calls every day from students that started with me 10 years ago, and they're still sending me clients. I used to chart this, and I've gone in a few circles where this person recommended this one to this one, and they go around. You know, as teachers, exactly, make them your friend. And I think even more online than in the face-to-face classroom, because they might feel distant. Okay. Some of these things are really obvious, but you'd be surprised at how many people don't do it. Have fun. I'm a little boring today because I'm giving this, talk, but I'm really crazy. And people that have seen me before, and people that know me that are here, I can be a little nuts. I've been known for that. Have fun. If everybody is laughing, if everybody is having a good time, you're going to retain all the students. This actually was a picture from a few years ago, and one of these students is still with me. The others reached their goals and finished the course that they were doing, but we still talk. Many of the groups that we have, because I'm in an area here in Rio where a lot of people studied with the other course I worked for, a lot of these people got together offline once a month to drink. Yeah, they grow up and they grow together. So, have fun. It really fosters community. Once you build a community, it's hard for people to go away. Okay? You build a friendship, they're there. Now, if you're going to be boring and you're going to be falling asleep in your class, so are your students. Your students are mirrors of you. Remember that. You need to keep up your energy level. You need to keep talking. You keep adding. Keep asking questions. Keep everything light, happy, and involved. And they'll mirror you. If you're crazy, your students will be crazy. Okay? Yes, I actually taught a gorilla once. It was amazing. He speaks English very well now. Okay? The power pose. Ah, okay. I like that. All right. Very, very important. And I've watched a lot of online classes because I do consulting and critiquing. And what I find is teachers never use the students' names. They are, okay, who's next? Who's going to answer next? It grabs people's attention. For instance, when I said, Philip, are you paying attention? Say hi. All of a sudden, if he was dragged away, now he's drawn back into the classroom. Good work, Philip. I'm going to call on you in a minute, too, to do something. So I want you to pay attention. But it also, these are live people. We forget sometimes because we may not see them if we don't have the camera, but use their names. It was somebody, I don't know if you're familiar here, with Dale Carnegie. This was very popular in the States, and we use this a lot in sales. It's the person's name is so important. So be sure to use their name often. If nothing else, you grab their attention if they were straying or doing something else. Yeah, it is a great bookender. Personalization. Talk a little bit about this. Like I said, I open up myself. This is back before I put my gray highlights in my hair just to look more professional. But you're modeling. Remember, we have to produce to get them to produce. So open up. They'll share themselves. You'll build these friendships and you'll build this community, which will keep everything alive. But really, it's important that you model. My life, this is where, when I said take notes about them, get to know your students. For instance, let's say I happen to know that Philip is in Japan, but he's also from Ireland. So I can talk about soccer with him. I can talk about Japanese culture with him. Actually, I have. And by knowing your students and keeping notes on your students, when you're preparing classes, you can take a look back and you can see what you should include in the class. It makes it more memorable. They really can internalize usage because they're talking about real things, talking about themselves. I find often in classes, they'll put something on the screen, go to the internet and find information about Brad Pitt and talk about that in the classroom. This is horrible. You just lost an opportunity because people are usually taking English class to talk about themselves. Why don't you ask them about their job, about their life? Personalize the class. We don't need to talk about fictitious or other famous characters. We can talk about ourselves. Okay? Yes, exactly. And they really appreciate this and they really feel part of the class, feeling part of the company. Okay? I'm doing the power pose, Nelly. All right. I use local pictures a lot. When I have my classes that are here in Brazil, here, you can't see. I can't back up anymore. I have a very small room. So here, see, arm up, the other one there. I'm taking new pictures. Okay. So you need to personalize. I use local pictures. I use pictures about me. It gives an opportunity to talk about culture. This is actually the view out my window. Ha ha ha. Behind your head. If I lean back, I'll fall out the window. Talk about local issues. This shows dedication. And what you want to show them is that you're really dedicated to not only the business, but you're dedicated to their success and you're dedicated to them. Okay? Yes, it's a horrible view, but I have to wake up to this every morning. My students that have classes at sunrise, they do get to see this view. Sorry, come back at 6. Okay, Philip, you still there? Can you turn on your microphone for a second, Philip, please? Do me a favor. Can you read the slide here and for everybody here?
Sure, have students do the work. Attention, practice, on their toes, and has a purpose.
And what do you think with these words here I'm trying to say? Any ideas?
Well, keep them interested. Give them a focus, so there's an outcome for the end of the, there's an outcome to their lessons and a lesson. Keep them intrigued, maybe, by on their toes, always keep them guessing, maybe. Practice, maybe get them to talk. As a teacher, shut up and
Exactly.
get their attention. Maybe start as you mean to go on. Start off well and keep people engaged.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Good job, Philip. You get a star.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay.
Cheers.
All right. Cheers. See, as teachers and working with PowerPoint, normally we'll read the instructions. Why? I speak English. I don't need the practice. Philip, as the student, needs the practice. Have the students read the slides. Talk about what the instructions for the next thing is. Get them involved. Okay? Plus, as you saw, somebody typed it. It's even better. Exactly. Have students create the slides. I've done this before, and it's great. But it reduces teacher talking time. I lose my voice. Great. Thanks, Philip. Wonderful job. Everybody give Philip a hand. He's doing a great job. Not only with his class, but with the magazine and the summit. Okay. Now, I use poll questions. I didn't do it here because, we're rushing and there's a lot of technology. But most of these platforms, if you're talking a good professional platform, not Skype, something nice like WizIQ or whatever else you want to use, set up and use poll questions. It's a nice warm-up. It gives people an opportunity to give their opinion. And if you notice, if you were to fill in this poll, we could look at the results. And usually, poll questions will lead to a discussion that's more interesting than the class that you were getting ready to do. Skype for Business, I haven't used, so very good. Good to know. I'll have to check that out. Okay. Mix the activities. This is just like the classroom. People get into an online classroom, and for some reason, they tend to go in this very linear motion on class, and they don't mix it up like they would have done in a face-to-face classroom. You have to keep this even more dynamic because, I can't move around very much. I can't go anywhere. So there's no action here. All right. Keep it fast paced and you keep them guessing. They never know what's coming next. I never do the same thing twice. Now, continuity is very important. I think, again, more important than in the face-to-face classroom. You have to keep the flow going, have a good segue from one thing to another. Again, keep them interested. Always have a plan B. The biggest problem that we have is technology. Here in Brazil, we have many, many, many problems with internet. For example, in Brazil, by law, they only have to provide 10% of the internet connection you actually pay for. So that means that most people don't get the quality of internet that is needed to be online. Fortunately, they realize that the problem is the internet and not the platform or the technology here. So be ready. If you're doing a one-to-one class, get their Skype name in the beginning. If for some reason there's a problem with the server from the platform, yeah, I actually have an email. No, you can't pay 10% of the bill. Because we've been in Brazil for 10 years, right now I would say about 60% of our student base is Brazilian, only because of the word of mouth that goes on. But we do have other students all over the world. Thanks for the question. But reschedule the class if you have to. Apologize. Sometimes you just don't get internet. A big problem here in Brazil, sometimes we don't have electricity. And I'm in the big city. So always have a plan B ready. Okay? Let's see how the time is here. Okay, short films only. I think that you should show only very short films. You want to grab their attention. You want to make sure that they're critically useful. don't show it just because it's cute. People tend during maybe a 3 or 4 or a 5-minute video to go off and do something else, and you've lost their attention. I like to keep videos really short, about 20 to 30 seconds. And I really like videos, most of the time they're funny. Here, I'll just give you an example. I have 2 versions here, but I'm just going to show you the short clip. Okay, let's see. Okay, now I haven't shown you everything only because of the time involved here. Excuse me. I don't know if everybody could hear with the volume. It seemed a little low to me. But this is what I use. Yes, it can be culturally specific, but they need to learn this too. This is part of learning English. They need to start to learn a lot of the culture. But this is part of a class it was would rather be doing. And I have a 2.5, 3-minute version of this, which is hilarious and it's funny. Sorry if you didn't see the video. But people will tend to tune out because it's long. By showing just the short snippet, the thing that makes my point, I've kept them here. Okay? So think about the length of your videos. Make sure that they do exactly what you need them to do and get to the point. A quick one, I don't know if you've used this before. If anybody knows what round robin. Round robin is I would ask Philip a question, Philip would answer, Philip would ask Nellie, Nellie would answer, Nellie would ask. You go around your virtual classroom. And the nice thing about this is you get people to use each other's names. Everybody pays full attention because they don't want to say the same thing somebody else said. And it's much more personal because now they're talking with each other and not talking with you. This is going to help keep them engaged. Give them what they need. Right here. Students always need this. For instance, I teach professors at a university and they teach economics and finance now as they're an international university. And they needed to work on working with sales charts. So I came up with a class for that. A student asked me a question, the difference between either and neither. A quick little paint job, and I gave them a visual that they'll see. The funnel that I made up. My terrible drawing here at the bottom, which you can see, this took me about 5 minutes in paint, and I always wanted to do a new one, but everybody thinks it looks like a 5-year-old did it, so they think it's cute. But my students really appreciated it because what it showed is I took the time and I cared about their learning. So important. Ask a hot topic. I love controversy. I'll always deal with it. Remember, this stuff is life language. They need to know how to use this, and it gives them an opportunity to voice their opinion. And reflect. Ask them for feedback. What did they like? What didn't they like? What worked? What didn't work? As teachers, just like in the classroom, sometimes we think, wow, this is going to be my best class ever when we write it and design it, and they think it's horrible, and vice versa. Some of the worst classes I thought I had turned out to be the best. Find out from them. The nice thing is they feel they own the class. They are in control and you care about them. Okay? So if you want to keep your business alive and you're not going to bury it, you got to follow some of these steps. And remember, organization, greeting, orientation, rapport, and feedback. It works. Trust me. Now here's where I joke. If you follow these canons, you will keep on track. Bad one, huh? And you will always have a sunrise for the next day for your company. Oh, that was cheesy, huh? Okay. Well, thanks. Sorry I could have done this in 10 minutes, but I talk slowly. So if you want, you can reach me, rob.howard.efl@gmail, Rob at Online Language Center. There's Facebook. I'm going to put this stuff up on SlideShare afterwards. My blog, you can follow us, and something that I'm now involved with, efltalks.com. If you're a teacher, I highly recommend you go there. So thanks so much for listening. And now, any questions? Thank you so much. Let's see, we have a few minutes for some questions. Worked for you. Thank you. Thank you all. I saw some questions going by. I remember one question. My group classes, I use WizIQ. I do own WizIQ. I've been working with them as a platform for 3 years. And excuse me, I think the cost benefit works for me. Because I have multiple teachers sometimes teaching at the same time, it gives me the flexibility, and I love the scheduling capability, running a business. So for me, it's recommended. Have I looked at? I've used Blackboard. I wasn't happy in the old version, and I've seen others. I'll be honest with you, every single platform out there has problems. I haven't found the perfect platform yet. The biggies that are out there, Adobe and everybody else, they're very expensive. Remember, I'm a teacher. Um, I I haven't checked out Skype for Business yet, but I really don't know what the capabilities are. I'll look into it. Yes, Adobe has issues too. I had to give a webinar yesterday on another one, and lots of problems. So is there anything perfect with technology? No. Like I said before, technology needs to catch up to what teachers need. So we'll get there. Yeah, not for big classes. If you're doing one-to-one, Skype is okay and free. BBB, great, Nelly. Yep. More questions. Type fast. Zoom is wonderful but expensive. Okay. Questions? Big blue button, I believe. Right, Nelly? Yeah, I'm not a big Google person, Peter, which is one of the reasons that I never really got into Hangout. Big blue button. Thanks, Nelly. And how do I? Yeah, I saw that before. How do I get students from all over the world? Well, I don't want to take away the thunder. I know somebody else is going to talk about this, but social networking. Somebody is coming on and talking about social networking later. This is basically how I built my business, and it's wonderful. How do I set pricing? It depends, because what you have to be concerned about now, if you're doing globally, it's easy to set pricing where you are. I actually use the Big Mac factor. If any of you are from business, figure out how much it costs to buy a Big Mac where you are, how much money you want to make, and then do a little research on the web and find out what a Big Mac costs in that country. And you can sort of price accordingly. And then when people from that country ask you how much you charge and they tell you, my God, that's outrageous, then consider moving it. Unfortunately, there are some countries around the world that just cannot afford my services, unfortunately, because, you know, I have a business, I have to pay for a platform and pay teachers. So, this is something that you have to figure out yourself. what are you worth? You know, do you want 1 million students at $1, or do you want one student at $1 million? Figure it up. Do I have a euro for which one? For my classes? Cross-cultural communication, you just got to keep at it. I think this is important. They really need to learn. This is one of the problems that we have, and I've got some articles. If you check on EFL Magazine, I think it was 2 weeks ago, Philip, if I'm not correct, was the bee's knees. And what you can look at, this is a problem. I was making fun of people that were teaching the bee's knees, which is an expression that went out of date in the 1920s in the United States. But then surprisingly, Philip was the first one to tell me it's still popular in Ireland. So, you know, yeah, last Friday. And so, you know, we have to learn this, and students all over the world have to start learning. Okay? It's a brand new world, and who's to say what English to learn? Do I use course books? No, I don't. For me, I teach C1 and C2 level only. So if you're familiar with you through conversation, and here's Philip to cut me off. Go ahead, Philip.
Oh, sorry, you just froze a little bit on me. Great, Rob. Thank you very much. That was inspiring, informative, educational. Yes, I really got a lot out
You
of
forgot
that.
nutritious.
And, yeah, thank you very much
for
again.
the opportunity.
Oh, nutritious. Yeah, food for the brain.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I just, Rob, I just have a couple of questions for you. On the technical front, some people have been asking me some questions, and one of the questions is it possible to maximize the presenter's video? Is it possible to make that bigger?
There's a possibility, but then we end up sometimes, I think, with problems. Going with this, the default room seems to work the best. Nellie can probably step in and, you know, answer this better than I can. But I know if we go to different layouts, sometimes with this many users, they might have problems with their layout. So I think the default is the best. That's my recommendation. What do you think, Nellie, if you're there?
If you want to make it larger, is to let the presenter come in first. Just a technical thing that can be worked out. You let the presenter come in first, so he's the first one to come in, and then the rest of us don't come in. We don't, well, we do come in, but we don't, we mute our webcams, and that should work. We also have to make sure that we're only on one system, one computer, not like I was on two, didn't realize the other one was open. So it's just a technical thing. It's possible to have it really large. Yes. But in the recording, it'll be large. It won't be like little, you know, so it's going to work out just fine.
And yeah, great. That's great, Rob. Thank you very much again. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. I'll be here in the background all day.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, Rob. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, so thanks very much to Rob. So just a few things there. If you're asking questions, if you could maybe leave them to the end, and maybe some of the questions won't be asked if there's kind of rapid fire questions. It's very difficult for the speaker to catch everything, but we'll do our best. So so yes, any comments so far? Any questions for me or on the conference or what's coming up? Okay, great. Thanks, Frank. Going great. Yeah. Great. Okay. Great. Yeah. Okay. Considerable improvement in. Okay. Good. Good. Great. It's the bee's knees. Yes, I like it. The bee's knees in cat's pajamas. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. So yeah, just before we have our next speaker, Jack Prince, he'll be coming on shortly. I just give you kind of an update on what we're doing in EFL Magazine. So we're starting in the new year, and we're going to have a few new sections in EFL Magazine. We're going to be covering conferencing a lot more around the world. And we'd really like to hear from people involved in conferencing. So if you're interested in getting covered, we'd love to talk to you. And also we'll be running a few other columns as well. One column we have planned is on crowdfunding. So if you're involved in ELT entrepreneurship and you're looking to get your project or book or whatever funded, we'd be interested to hear from you. We'll be doing a monthly column. A few people have been on to me so far about that. I think it'll be a runner for the new year. So that's what's happening. Just go back again to a few of the technical things. So technically, is everything going okay for everybody? Oh, not really. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'll lower my volume. Sorry about that. Or maybe it's just me. No. Okay. Lower that slightly. Okay, much better? Okay. Great. Okay, so I'm just waiting for our next speaker, Jack. If he's around there, we can have a talk. Jack Prince. Great. How is the volume? Okay, will I lower my volume even more? Okay, how's that? Great. So our next speaker is Jack Prince, and Jack is he's involved in a number of things. He's going to give a talk on emailing in business and writing, teaching writing over online. He's involved in business development for a school in the UK, and he's going to have a chat with us about that. And he's also made an app, Email Writer, which is proving very popular. So acknowledge. Okay. So Jack, do you need any help coming on there? Okay. So okay, in the top right-hand corner, you should be able to see by your name. You should be able to see a pencil, Wi-Fi signal, pencil, and a speaker and a webcam. Still waiting for Jack to come on there. So yes, Jack had Email Writer, which is basically writes emails on your iPhone or Android phone and also iPad. So it's been used by English learners and also, hey, something's happening here. Hey, Jack is coming on. Oh, how are you?
There we are. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Great. Yes, yes, perfect, perfect. I hope
I
I'm
can.
loud.
Am I clear?
Actually, naturally, I'm quite loud anyway, so I think they have
Lovely.
to turn on the volume. So yeah, so thanks for coming on board, Jack. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing at the moment
Pleasure.
with online teaching.
At the moment, I'm Well, I've been teaching mostly business English most of my life, my working life. At the moment, I'm managing an online language school, and I'm got kind of a mixed role. I'm business development, academic manager, and then I'm also delivering lessons myself. And so, yeah,
Okay.
using all my skills, hopefully. And yeah, it's, I think I've been teaching online I've been teaching distance, I'd say, for 10, 12 years. I think my first experience was with a telephone. And so that was really a client, no time to, lots of cancellations. And so I was like, okay, how can we ensure that we get these lessons done? And we found out that if he had a lesson before work on the telephone, it was possible to do this without a cancellation. And so this slowly developed, the technology improved, and now our lessons are face-to-face online lessons. So
And I didn't ask you,
group.
Jack, where are you based? In Bournemouth, is it, in the UK? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So 100 miles, I grew up in London. Now, after traveling halfway around the world, back to the start.
Reasonably sunny. And
yeah, lovely.
Now and again, yeah. So tell me a little bit more about your app. I know you told me a little bit about it before, but for the benefit of the audience, how's that going for you? What is the app and what does it do?
The name is Email Writer. We'll see a little bit of this later on. Basically, when I did it, the main motivation was I'd compiled, let's say, a lot of information about email writing and written my own book. And the problem was that after teaching business English for so long, I think 90% of my students, the main emphasis was email communication. And it's one of these areas that if you're not actively writing emails all day, each time you start again and you start again. There's so many fixed expressions and phrases, and the problem was that students, you can practice email simulations, for example, to learn the language, but then you need to use it actively. And this is what was always missing, was the chance to actively use these things. And I finished the book, and then I was kind of looking how to sell this, and had the idea maybe to turn this into an app, to make a tool that actually students can you empower them to write perfect emails, basically. And it developed more than I thought, and it's actually a lot of native speakers have been downloading that app as well. And so I think you can see there is a certain amount that if you're not writing business emails every day, the language is often foreign, even for a native speaker. And so, yeah, it's basically, we'll have a little look at this in a while, how you compile emails or how you create the emails in here. But and I think this is something now I use this a lot with simulations, that the students actually using the app to write these emails. And so they're practicing using perfect examples of language.
Great. And just before I let you off, I just want to ask you a little bit more, I suppose in connection to what Rob was talking about a little earlier, about where online is going. I mean, you're kind of at the coal face there, so to speak, of business development. You've seen where it's come from, from telephone. So, yeah, can you kind of give us a little idea of what's happening online? Is it developing? Is it growing? What kind of people are interested? Or, whatever you can, yeah.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of points Rob made in his talk that I am going to, or was going to, we'll see, make in mine. But it's, no. It's, but I think it's very much, as he was saying with the various technologies, I absolutely agree. Skype, I've not seen the business Skype myself, and I use Adobe Connect at the moment. But yeah, slowly the technology is coming along. And it's allowing us to do things that we couldn't before. I mean, when I was originally teaching with a telephone, I would, 1 or 2 days before the lesson, I would send an email with some attachments, which a student could download or print out, and then they would sit with their worksheets or materials, and I'd have the same in front of me, and we'd do it over the phone. Of course, you do lose a lot of the communication, but it is, in a business environment, authentic. And I think also with video conferencing, it's a very authentic environment for business people especially. And the younger generation now, it's becoming more and more normal. People are growing up with Skype, so the acceptance is there. But I see it very much the cultural differences with, one, the acceptance of learning online. Some cultures see that as equal to physical lessons. Others are still very dubious, skeptical about what it can actually offer. And then, of course, the differences around the world with internet connections. But no, I think they're all making progress, and every platform has its advantages, disadvantages.
Great.
But,
well,
yeah, well, I'll come to
I'll let you. I'll let you rip. I'll let you go ahead, Jack. I'm really looking forward to it. And yeah, I'll talk to you later. Good luck.
Lovely. Right, I'm just looking. Oh, here we are. There's the little arrow. Good. Okay. So yeah. Sorry. Okay. Why online? Okay. There we are. Okay. I'm all at once. Fine. Okay. I think as I mentioned before, that I began originally as a means not to have lessons cancelled. This was really the flexibility. And I've got students taking lessons from hotel rooms when they're on business trips, from home, from work, from all over the place, and at various times. And especially today, when people are working often virtually, they expect this flexibility. And yeah, it fits in with the modern life. And also, as I mentioned as well, the authenticity. And this is especially for business people, that learning to communicate via video conferencing software, for example, is exactly what they need to do at work. I've got lots and lots of students who really spend half the day on video conferencing software with meetings with international partners, clients, customers. And so it's an environment they feel comfortable in and also need to feel comfortable in English. And so, yeah, killing two birds with one stone. And of course, the economy. I think online lessons are a little bit cheaper than physical lessons, but then you've also got a lot of other aspects where there's no travel involved, no extra rooms are needed for the training, so there's a lot of other costs that disappear with online. Okay, and as Rob was mentioning, there was, I think a few people I saw in the comments as well were saying that without video, without seeing who you're talking to, you do lose a lot. And of course, it works without, but I would argue it's definitely much more effective if you see each other. It's that, or only then can it really be a replacement for face-to-face lessons, physical lessons. Exactly, as Nelly said, the technology is allowing this, or it's not allowing. And so it's, so depending, I mean, I teach with groups up to 4 or 6 students. That works nicely, that you can communicate. But it's, again, it depends what people are learning for. Okay. Okay, so technology. Okay, as I said, I'm using Adobe Connect, which is Flash-based video conferencing software. lot of similarities with IQ as well. I've not got that much experience with IQ, so I can't say what is available and what not. But I've got a couple of slides to show you these in a minute. But basically, the room, like here, is built up of they call pods. Now, I teach. Ellie just asked with problems with tablets. A lot of students use tablets. I've even had students using smartphones, which, or there's no alternative better than not coming to a lesson, but of course a larger screen will make it more attractive, and that's both Android or Apple, yeah. But so you've got, like here with WizIQ, you've got your pod with your video, your attendees, your chat, your whiteboard, presentation. With Adobe Connect, the SharePod, sorry, doubles as file share, so you can have your PDF document, for example, JPEGs, and a whiteboard. And one of the nice things is when you've got your video, for example, on the file share as an MP4 player, then you can also use the whiteboard functions to draw on top of this. And this very much allows you to do some things, I would really argue, that are not possible in a physical classroom. If you're projecting a film onto a whiteboard, yeah, you could draw, but here you can really stop the film as an image, draw, and then also send these pods. Okay, the notes pod, basically a text document. Polls, as Rob was talking about before, was very nice. Okay, file transfers, question and answer, web links. And then also something that I'm going to look at as well in a little bit more detail are the breakout rooms. And this is where, if you've got a group, for example, with 4 students, from that room you can, with a click, create a subroom and send students off to separate subrooms. And so this is just, and this is something, I never work with more than 6 students in a group, but if you do have larger groups, you can create innumerable subrooms, and I wouldn't want to be the person moderating that though. No, PowerPoint works seamlessly with Adobe Connect. I know you can't have Word documents, but PowerPoint worked very well. That's also something I want to look at in a minute. Okay. Where's that arrow come from? Okay, I'm not sure why that arrow's there already, but the technology with the online, I think another thing that makes it very economical. But that arrow shouldn't really be there, that doesn't matter. I think another thing that makes it online very economical is that students are generally more focused and more targeted. They've got clearer objectives often. And the online, this is another talk I think we'll be looking at the flipped classroom. And this is a very big part of the lessons, the learning, is blended learning. So you have the training. This moves on to teacher setting assignments. So maybe we're looking in the lesson at learning some new phrases for emails, new vocabulary, a grammar area. After the lesson, the students are asked to write a series of emails on their own to each other as a group. Also to give them general self-study tasks, and then to review all of these things. And then background, and we start again. And so we've got this constant circle of training. So introducing, practicing, and implementing. And I think this is a very big part with business English courses especially, is that together with the whole concept of online, the impact needs to be great. I think with a physical classroom, you've got much more time to sell the product, to teach. With online, the lessons are generally much, much shorter. I think hours are generally 50 to 75 minutes. I think one lesson is 50 minutes. Some students like 1.5 lessons, some are double lesson, but not much longer. I think with physical classrooms, I've had 8-hour workshops. I'm just looking at the comments there. Okay. Okay, so the materials. Authenticity. I think, again, somebody asked before about whether Rob, I think it was, uses course books in his classes. And again, this is something I think that the industry, the publishing industry, is still very much behind the times with regards to online training. The course books are still as they always were, and they are generally made. I think if you look at, for example, Cambridge University, I think they say that we're looking at generally 120 hours, depending on the level, but 120 hours to progress to the next level. So if you've got a course book over a couple of months or a few months, you gradually work through this. Online courses, 120 hours, that could be 2.5 years with a lesson a week. And so it's more a case that people are having one online lesson, an assignment, homework, self-study, review, the next lesson. And so with one online lesson, they are getting 4, 5, even 6 hours of training. And so it becomes much more economical, but it needs to be authentic to really help the students progress, and especially in the business context now, that they can actually implement what they're using. Again, adapting materials. So using students' own examples, getting them to give you their emails that they've written. And most people have got their inbox with their drafts or their sent emails, and they can just filter out some of their authentic examples that you can actually use these and build on them to see what is it they're actually doing at work, and to create simulations using this information. I think the tasks with a one-to-one student, of course, there's a lot more coaching, but there's also a lot of collaboration with the teacher. In a group, then you've got the perfect situation for really having dialogue between individuals or pairs, groups, and the same with role play. And I like using the breakout rooms, we'll come to in a second as well, but these are also wonderful for really having the chance to send students off to discuss something for 2 minutes, or the typical briefing where before you say, okay, I'd like group A to go in the hallway and group B to wait here, and then you go between the two groups, briefing them. And now you can click, and you can jump between these rooms. Okay, and critical thinking and discussions. And again, as Rob mentioned with the polls, this is a very nice way of getting initial feedback on people's attitudes or opinions, and which then generally leads on to discussion. And as Rob said, sometimes more interesting than the actual original plan for the lesson. Okay, so the sources, company websites, reports, graphs, charts. TED is also a fantastic source. I think there's, for almost every job someone's got, there's something relevant to their work in there. Authentic content. Is that a question for me, Graham? Yes, I do, if it's for me, if I develop my own materials. The majority. I think, again, this is, most courses are bespoke or tailored to a certain extent. And so it's, you can really build on these materials. And that's coming back to what Nelly said with PowerPoint, that if you've got your materials developed in PowerPoint, that you can actually create a flow in the lesson. They lend themselves very much to being edited, adapted, improved. Discussion about TED. TED is also very nice. You can also set up your own page on TED. So you've got your own educational page. You can create your own lessons, your own talks. And then you can send your students off to do homework, assignments, other tasks. Company websites, of course, is invaluable source. Company reports, mostly published online. Graphs, charts, it's all there. YouTube. And this was just a quick example here. This is a TED talk. What's this? Try something new for 30 days, I think this one. And you can see at the bottom here, I've got another pod with the link someone posted there. Okay, the transcript, and I've got as a close test generator, I think it's called. I've got the link at the end of the presentation, but you can basically copy the text, paste it into this website. Let me go. I think it's here exactly. So you just paste your text in here, choose which of these you would like to take out, and then submit, and immediately you have, not perfect, you've got to check, sometimes prepositions be mistaken for a conjunction, but it's a very, very nice tool. It's close test, I think Close Test Creator it's called. I've got the link at the end of the presentation, I'll post it afterwards. But it's a very nice way that you can really, sometimes I've had students and they've asked me to look at a TED talk, and within 30 seconds you can open a window, have the transcript, paste it in there, and you've got the transcript or a worksheet. This is just an example of one need analysis I've used with companies. And I'm moving on now to look a little bit with the email simulations and just generally business relevant simulations online. And this is one way of filtering out the information. What do they really need to write about? And especially with business people and online, to really show them how effective it is. They need to feel that what they're doing will be productive, will produce something's not visible. And so in the middle, for example, I'd get them to write their job title and their main tasks. So HR manager, interviewing, hiring, firing, etc. And then from that to expand, and so take those main tasks and put them in the next blossom. So this here would then go into here, and then to brainstorm, a bit like a mind map, what is done there. Okay, so so if one of the big tasks is writing emails, then emails in here, what type of emails are they writing? So maybe more rejections, or offering a job, possibly complaining, but you can really find out, okay, what are their main tasks? Oh, that was quick, someone got the link there, perfect. Okay, okay. So these were some of the main document types I could think of. So estimates, quotations, offers, proposals, reports, inquiries, applications, orders, complaints. Didn't mean to do that. But it could be any number of documents. Okay, another area to really find out who they're working with is to analyze as well the situations. So the scenario. So for example, now we're looking at an email simulation. So the scenario is the manager has interviewed this employee. He's a little bit uncertain and has a few questions possibly. So the players, HR manager and the interviewee, level of formality. So I would assume relatively formal in this situation. Background for sender, maybe would like to employ, doesn't want to pay too much, these points. And the recipient. So do you know he really needs work? Who's got the negotiating power here? And then any additional information. Okay, so then again, we've just had these actually, these are the various sequences. So on to the simulations now. So first then to find out what exactly are they doing. So this is an example where I would take, well, 1 second. What's that in 1 second? So for example, a typical attachment scenario. So person A needs something from person B. So request information, person B sends the attachment. Problem. Attachment isn't attached, or it's a corrupt document, won't open, wrong format. So they write back. Person B resends the document, and person A thanks them, follows up, makes a comment, depending on the situation. So we'll look at what we're going to do. And so this is the situation we'll be acting out, simulating, and always allowing for diversity. So it could very well be that there's another, maybe after the follow-up there's a question, so it could continue. So allowing the students the freedom not to stick rigidly to the outline. So this is a breakout room view you can see here. So that's me in the main meeting. I'm just taking a screenshot on my own here. So the students I would have distributed between 2 various breakout rooms, each seeing them what I want them to see, basically. So here, these things would probably be the same. The chat, we can choose. We can have a chat for everyone and a chat that they can only talk to me. And so if I've got a student in the breakout room 2, they can write a private message to me that the other group won't see. So maybe they've got a grammar question. I'm writing to inquiring or writing to inquire. I'm looking forward to hear or hearing. And so you can also assist them with this way. But you as a teacher can jump backwards and forwards between the rooms, helping them, assisting, giving them ideas. So these are the 5 emails of this simulation. And in this case, with this simulation, I've given them some keywords to develop into whole sentences. So I'm writing to see if you could help me. Do you happen to have a copy of the slides of last week's presentation, etc., etc. And what I will do, I get them to expand this into a complete email. Usually I would jump between the 2 breakout rooms, just giving some tips, helping, small corrections, but also always making a note of any corrections, any ideas, any problem areas, and pasting them somewhere in a text document. And then student A or B, they complete their email. I then copy and paste that and jump into the other breakout room and paste that on their answer board, copy and paste theirs and put that in the other groups. And so then they, so for example here, they began by requesting an attachment, both of them. Then they swap roles and they both answer each other's emails, in this case by sending an attachment. And then I distribute or redistribute those emails, and then they deal with the problem. And so they're both working through all of the stages in this simulation. So think of a product. This is just another example with orders. This one. So again, working through these stages. So an inquiry, reply, request, a quotation, counter proposal, complaint. And again, this could go off at a tangent at any stage throughout the simulation. And I would always encourage that, because I think that will allow the students to really sometimes move into areas that they're actually authentically having problems with in the real world. Another area with the collaborative writing is reformulation. And again, with Adobe Connect, it's very nice that you can have the multiple pods. And so you can have, I don't think there's a limit to how many pods you can have open, actually. I mean, it would be rather messy. But I like to have, for example, one pod and have some informal phrases, and then another pod, and get the students to try to rewrite these in a more formal way, or vice versa. You could do this with active voice and passive, almost any area. But again, it involves the students. And I think this is what Rob was talking about as well, was keeping them involved, keeping them active on their toes. And the same with the whiteboard, that I think most students, until you actually instruct them to one time use the whiteboard on their own, they mostly sit back and let you as a teacher do all the typing and drawing. But once you said, okay, could you type that into that box there, please? Or could you draw that on the whiteboard for me? And it might take a minute or two to say, okay, you'll see on the left there's a pen, but everyone's used some Word document or something, so they're all familiar with the tools. But once you've given that power to write, to create, to involve themselves, generally they do that automatically in future. And I'm always happy once I see a pod moving around the room. I know that a student is really trying to set up the room for themselves. And this is coming back, let me just skip back to this one here. One forward. Again, this is in a real classroom, and I've done mostly with physical teaching. It was mostly one-to-one training or relatively small groups, and mostly in company. And so it will be very often in a meeting room, in an office, and we'd be using various areas for various tasks. So we might be working on emails at the computer, and then we'd go to the table for some discussion work, sit on the corner of the table to do something with vocabulary, and so you'd move around. And again, this in a physical classroom, it does the same thing. It keeps the energy, it keeps people interested and active and entertained. With the online, you're sitting down most of the time, but by moving people into breakout rooms, and even by having a standard layout of your classroom, so you might have one area where you always keep the notes, mistakes, positive points, grammar errors, pronunciation errors, that you can list all the notes during the lesson. Then we've got this pod here, which is for question and answer, or a chat pod. And so the students have got their areas in the room. And once they start to see that they can use them simultaneously, then they become much more involved and the lesson becomes much more productive. This is my blog. I've got the links at the end as well, but I'll be posting a lot of these simulations in the next week on the blog, so I'll keep you posted. Okay. As I mentioned at the beginning with Philip, my app, the Email Writer app, this was originally a book, and the idea was to have a book that students could learn from, but also use as a reference when they were working. And after looking at it, I thought, okay, maybe it makes more sense to have this electronically. You don't have to have the extra step of typing things up. And so together with my partner, we reprogrammed everything and created this app. This is an authentic email. So, dear Sir Papa, I hope this email finds you well. Just a short email to inform you that I bought the Email Writer. I wish to inform you that I wrote this email using it. Speak to you soon. Yours faithfully, Linus. This was just after I launched the app. One of my students said he would download it, to have a look, and he delegated this task to his son, who didn't speak English, basically. And his father then sent me this email. He was very impressed that his son had created this perfect English email, age 10, without speaking English. And this was really, for me, absolute proof that the app does what it's supposed to do. And so you choose a topic. So what are you writing about? An apology, an appointment, a job application, a complaint, a request, etc., etc. And then you go through, so you've got the introduction, openings, etc. And this area here, this is the body area. And so it's different from topic to topic. And so here, for example, I'm writing to. So you could select, I'm writing in order to, just to. There's lots of levels of formality. But once you've chosen that, the next step is automatically grammatically correct. So I'm writing to advise. I'm looking forward to hearing. And so subconsciously, the students are also taking in all of these grammatical elements of how the sentences, on, in this case, standard phrases, are built. And so they basically step by step work the way through, choosing the most suitable sentences, and they can always choose to add their own if they want to. And then you'll see here anything in brackets, so company, enter, number. This is then a field where they put their own information in. Okay, so just get this question from Sumya. I think there are lots of apps out there for learning. The Email Writer app at the moment, it's English, and so I would think with a pre-intermediate level, maybe even lower, you would be able to understand enough of the words to be able to put together an email. There's also a German version, or it's got a translation aid, so it gives you a rough translation what you're writing in English. And this is something I'm planning on adding, for example, Japanese, French, Spanish, Italian. once the money's coming in and paying for itself, then I'll reinvest that in the next languages. And it really is meant as a tool that the students can actually produce perfect emails with this, but at the same time that the training becomes coaching. And so first you've trained them how to use this, what the language is, and then they actively use it. And they will always tweak things. And this is the area where you can really start coaching them on their active language. Okay. Too much up to the time. So the main differences. Time is, I would say, a big thing. Yes, Philip, that's a good point. I've actually, a couple of things I'm looking at doing with the translation. This is something I've been thinking about doing that to hear someone agrees with that. So, yeah, I think actually the last couple of years of my physical teaching, I was actually doing 8-hour-a-day intensive courses, and they were 6-week-long courses. So it was 9 lessons a day, 5 days a week for 6 weeks. So it was very intensive. Online, you've got generally 50, 75 minutes. And quite a big, I wouldn't say restriction. Of course, it's with face-to-face, you can see the body language. Some cultures, maybe if you're with a German, they're probably sitting like this without any hands, and so. But it is, the lessons need to be high impact. I would always try that after those, let's say, 50 minutes, the student has something that they can actually implement the next day or after the lesson at work. So either they've learned some new phrases for their emailing, or they've practiced something that they can really take away from the lesson. And for that reason, I think it's very nice to break the lesson down. And so you've got your introduction, so maybe a kind of a picture of the day, as Rob was looking at before as well. So just to look at this picture, some thoughts, and then to move on maybe to the core topic, and then maybe a micro vocabulary topic, a micro grammar topic, but that there's lots of high outcome. And that's just something that from experience, I find that the course flows better that way. I think otherwise sometimes with a course book you would traditionally sit down for 2 hours really studying an area of language possibly. Online, yeah, it needs to be more interactive. And I think that's something that once you get the basic, Wiz IQ is a little bit new for me as well, so I've been struggling with a few bits here as well, but it's all very similar. And the basics are quite basic. And once you're confident with them, then you can concentrate on the lesson as it should be and not thinking about the technology. And this is the thing, that the technology is a means to an end. It shouldn't be the end result. It's, it has to complement the education, not the other way around. The materials, again, yeah, I very much like using PowerPoint for lessons. And again, with Adobe Connect, one thing that I use very much is the fact that you can have the same PowerPoint presentation open twice. Or 3 times. Where did that come from? Where did that? And so sometimes you might have the instructions on one PowerPoint, the questions on the next. And so you can use one slide to work on the other, but without having to force a student to remember all the questions. So you can, and again, they can be edited, adapted, improved, and authentic materials. Pros and cons. Cons will always be, I would say, the technology. Until we've got, I think probably Korea, I think, is the #1 in the world at the moment with the high-speed internet. And so there'll always be glitches. But again, especially in the business context, if you're preparing for an exam, it's a glitch. But in a business context, when you lose, for example, the internet connection breaks down, 3-4 minutes, you're waiting for it to recover, and you get back into the room, the partner's there. And this is now I'm talking about a real life situation. So how do you get back into the conversation? And so sometimes these little problems that we do experience online in the lessons are actually valuable lessons for the people. So it's to turn the bad into the good. Oh, you keep coming back. Okay, and these are the last few links. We'll be posting these online, I assume, so you'll be able to click on all these. But there's the link for the app. Please download, give me a positive review, and then we can fund the next translations. I've just recently started a Facebook page for the app, just posting tips, tricks, anything I can find related to that. That's my blog. I'll be adding a lot of the teaching materials to this very, very soon. And that's my website, which is just being revamped, so it's actually not much to be seen right now. And this is the link that somebody kindly posted for me before the closed test generator. Okay. Philip, are you there?
Jack,
Hi.
hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, great. Okay, so well done. That was a great presentation, Jack. And yeah, I think we're all coming to grips with the technology, aren't we? No more so on this summit, and it's something all teachers that teach online have to come to grips with. You know, the problems, as you said, about breaking down new technology. You know, that's a real issue. So I think.
But I think this is also very much what Rob was said at the end of his presentation as well with training. And this is, at the moment, I've got about 8 teachers that I've trained up for online teaching. Some do more, some do less. But it's from the beginning, I think most of them were very nervous at the beginning about online. And I think it really is, as I said, it's a means to an end. And teachers teach on Skype, just with a video. I don't believe it's as effective, but it will work to some extent, to some degree. And at the beginning, if you're confident in using, as long as you can share a file, open the camera, turn on the microphone and do that, you're okay, you're in the room. And this is something then you can develop bit by bit. And then you can play around, okay, how can I use the polls and these things? But it's very much this Jurassic Park situation that kind of, I think they created these web conferencing system software without any clear direction where they were going. And it's been kind of left up to us now what we can make out of them. And some more than others, I think WizIQ is primarily for education. Adobe Connect is also very much a video conferencing software for business people. And so some of the functions were never really intended for education.
Yeah, and great stuff on the app as well. Actually, I'm going to recommend it to as many people as I can now, and I think you made the point that many native speakers are using it as well, aren't they, for business and just...
Absolutely. But I think this is something that even for, and that is very much with the language of emails, but also negotiations, kind of this more formal negotiating language, very diplomatic. It is often reading between the lines. And if you're not using this language every day, it's foreign, whether you're English or not. And so it is sometimes, and I know a lot of people, especially I was living in Germany for a while, And Germans, in their correspondence in business, are very direct. They're like, "Hi, Philip, send me the presentation." And it's like, yeah, us Brits don't like people using imperatives with us. It's like, we like to go, "Would you be so kind as to possibly..." And these are the bits. Or also, very often students ask me, "What can I write? I need some small talk." And like, how's it going? How are tricks? And I think these are the things that also natives have problems. Like, what can I say? I need to say something different. I've got a job application. I've got to send this off. Or you're quitting a contract. And generally, it's a legal terminology. Hereby and it's not a sentence we use in our everyday language. And so I think a native speaker who isn't working in the business world could profit as much from this tool as a non-native. But I hope so. I'm working on it.
Great. And yeah, great. And as I mentioned just before your presentation, that you know, a few people have been in touch with me about crowdfunding, and yeah, definitely, if you want to run something in the magazine, you know, crowdfunding campaign, I'd be more than happy to, you know, feature what you're doing, and you know, we'll see how that works.
Lovely stuff.
If that's something for the future.
I'll
Great.
take you up on that.
Okay, Jack. Well, yeah, definitely. So I'll be in touch about that. And thanks for a great presentation. And yes, the you mentioned a little earlier the all your materials will be available. We'll put those up on the side, and of course, this presentation is being recorded, and yeah, so everybody will be able to watch it afterwards. Yeah. So. I know. It's the same for everybody.
It's like going back to the days of classroom observation.
Yeah, that's true.
You feel watched.
Yeah. That's true. But you know, being a teacher, you know, this happens, isn't it? Doing demo lessons and people observing in the classroom, and you know, the nightmares happen. The students clam up, don't they?
Absolutely. We're watching you. I think it was actually yesterday I had an email from a student, and she had tried online lessons with another provider, but it was much more kind of a passive role. And she wanted to try now with a more active face-to-face online experience. And so everything, she booked the lessons, great. And she wrote to me yesterday about, I think I suggested, okay, maybe next week at this time for the first lesson. And she wrote back, okay, I think the sooner the better because I'm so nervous. And I really wanted to write back kind of, I feel exactly the same. I've been teaching for 20 years, but every new student is the first student. But it keeps you on your toes.
Definitely. It keeps the job interesting, doesn't it? You know, it's
absolutely. You
know,
never know what to expect.
Monotonous, wouldn't it? You never know what to expect. Definitely. So great. Thanks for coming along today, Jack, and I'll be in touch with you soon.
Lovely. Thank you for having me. I'll keep watching.
Thanks, Jack.
Bye.
Cheers. Thanks. Bye-bye. So that was Jack there, and as I said, the recording will be available afterwards. And yeah, Jack, you can, Jack Askew is somewhere out there, and Jack will be talking to us about building your business online, selling your courses. So I think a lot of people are very interested in this. So yeah, Jack will be talking about this. A little later, we're having Jason Levine. Jason will be talking about getting your profile out there on social media. And at the end of the day today is Frank as well, about Google. And here's Jack on cue. Jack, hello.
Hey, how's the sound for you guys?
Oh, a little loud. Yeah, if you can.
A little loud, okay, I thought it might be. I'll just turn it down a little bit.
A little bit more.
How's that now? Is that better?
Okay, just keep talking. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, crystal clear. Are you? What kind of a microphone are you using?
It's the Audio Technica
Oh,
ATR 2100. I haven't used it for a while, but it's really good quality microphone. The problem is though it's a desktop microphone, so if you do things on your laptop and you move around a lot, it's not always the easiest. But if you have a good location, then you can keep it there all the time.
okay. Yeah, so maybe afterwards we can put a link maybe to that microphone somewhere. It
Yeah.
sounds fantastic. What kind of budget what kind of price are we talking about?
This
for that kind
one,
of microphone?
it's always reduced. It's usually it should be around 100, but you can usually get it for about $50 to $60. But
Wow.
yeah, it depends on what you do. If you create a lot of courses and a lot of audio, especially if you're podcasting, a lot of people use this mic for podcasting. And I use it for training videos, those kinds of things, when I'm not on camera as much. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. It's really different from everything else we've been doing tonight. So yeah, I think it's well worth the investment. Jack, tell me a little bit about yourself, your background. I mean, I've spoken to you before, and read your stuff and your bios, and yeah, tell me a little bit about how you got into online teaching and
Yeah,
what your
so
experience is.
I really first started when I met my wife in South America. She's from the US, and I needed something that I could do both in the UK and the US, while I was spending time with her and when I was back home. So I just started to teach online, give conversational lessons through a platform called Learnissimo. And at the time, you could just post your profile, say how much you wanted to charge for your lessons, and then learners will come and sign up for lessons with you. There are other platforms like that these days. I'm not quite sure how well Learnissimo are doing these days, but yeah, that's how I got started. And then Kate, my wife, she got a scholarship to go teach in Spain, and it's something I had always wanted to do, to go to Spain and to teach English. So I got certified. We taught in Spain for a couple of years, and then when we wanted to move back to the US, I decided to continue or to start again online. I started to do a little bit in Spain, and it's just gone from there. So now I have training courses for teachers and for English learners.
Oh, okay. Yes, and you'll have. Oh, yes, I see your URL is there on the presentation. So yeah, people will be able to contact you there. And how long have you been teaching online?
Full time since January 2011, I think it was. That's when we moved here to Asheville, North Carolina. I'm originally from the UK, but yeah, we've been here for nearly 5 years now, and I've been doing it full time online since then.
And it's full time. Do you do lessons outside of online? I mean, do you do face-to-face or classroom lessons?
No, I don't. I haven't taught in a classroom since Spain. I do a little bit of consulting in the local area with local businesses to help them with their online marketing and advertising. But generally, no, I haven't taught in a classroom for a long time. It's just been online since I moved here.
Okay, and I'm sure you're going to cover this in the presentation anyway, but yeah, a lot of people have reservations about selling. I think for a few reasons they don't really, maybe a little bit reticent about getting themselves out there. They feel they may be a little bit too pushy. They feel, maybe, am I a natural salesperson? I'm a teacher after all. So any tips on that?
Well, yeah, that's I'm going to talk about that specifically closer to the end, the mentality of selling. But yeah, the reality is that we have to do it. If we want to be independent online, we have to sell. And I wrote a post on my blog talking about how we can do this at every stage. It's not just about selling your lessons or selling your courses and saying, sign up to this, but it's also selling people on the article that you've written, the video that you've made, to click a link in your email, to open your email. So we always have to sell others on what we do. And it's very true when it comes to online teaching. And there's actually, because we are asking people to send us money online, then we have to go that extra mile to convince people that we are trustworthy, that we can deliver value, and that they're going to enjoy what they get. So yeah, it's a huge part of becoming an independent teacher. And it's something that I have worked through as well. When I first got started, I was very hesitant about selling, about following up with people, you know, and getting these systems in place. But I've learned that it's something you have to do, and it's also something that you can enjoy, and you can do it in your own way. So it's not just about becoming a completely different person, but it's about how you can sell people on what you do in your own way by being true to yourself and what you offer.
Great, great. Well, I'm sure I'm not alone. We're all looking forward to what you have to say. So so yeah, please take it away, and
Sure.
I'll talk to you afterwards.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
Cheers.
So yeah, I just want to say thank you to EFL Mag for putting all this together. I've been reading quite a lot of the posts over there and doing a great job. And it's, you know, great to be able to talk about this to you guys. So firstly, I don't have any polls, but could you just put in the chat box if you currently teach online independently? Okay, so if you currently teach online independently, just a quick yes or no, and it will help me get a gauge on who we have here. So a lot of people are saying yes. A few no's, not yets. Semi-independent via italki, yeah, that's cool. Just about to start. So what I'm going to talk about is quite, I have two dogs. They like to bark. Sorry about that, guys. But what I'm going to talk about is quite advanced. But it's something that you can work towards. So even if you haven't got started yet, you'll be able to take parts of this and think about an overall strategy to bring in. And what I'm actually going to go into is this sales funnel, this process. So let's just have a look at the first slide. So yeah, I see the slides are just going to come up all together. That's okay. But this is my story. I've kind of gone into it in the introduction. I won't go into each point in depth right now. But you can see the 4 pictures there. There are 4 screenshots of the different websites I have. I have a blog for English teachers. That's top left. That's my old site, JDA English for English learners, where I focused on one-to-one lessons. Bottom left is my course for English teachers. And bottom right is my new website and course for English learners. So what came first is the top right. And as I said, when I was in Spain, I actually started to do a lot of face-to-face lessons independently. So I worked in a language school. The first year I worked in shipyards doing business English. But during that time, I created a website to bring in learners who wanted to take one-to-one lessons with me. And I did this independently. So that's where I kind of got my first taste of marketing online, even though I was given offline lessons. But I learned how to create a website, the kind of language you need to use to get people excited, and also some marketing techniques. Now, what I mainly did when I was in Spain was to put up flyers around the city. But then that led to the website, which led to a contact form. And then I would go for the consultation and we would take lessons from there. So that's where I got my first taste of marketing online. But then when my wife and I wanted to move to the US, we had a couple of options. You know, I thought about, we thought about moving to New York, and I was going to work in a language school in New York, continue doing what I was doing. But then we also wanted to move to Asheville, North Carolina. If you know Asheville, if you've been Asheville, let me know in the chat box. Just let me know if you have been here, if you know of it, if you live here. Usually there's a few people who have been here when I do presentations. Yeah, the mansion, yeah, the Biltmore Estate, which is about 1 mile that way. Live in Tennessee, cool. So yeah, we moved here, but the problem with Asheville is it's very hard to find jobs. It's huge on tourism, so it's very difficult to get work here doing something else. So that's when I decided to teach online one-to-one, to do what I was doing in Spain, but to make it online lessons. And it worked really well. Within 2-3 months, I had a full-time schedule, and I was happy with that schedule for a long time before I started to move on and do other things. I've also done services. You know, I've offered services, and what I mean by this is feedback on speaking and feedback on writing asynchronously. So I'm not meeting with the learner in real time. Instead, they're giving me material and I'm giving them feedback. And then recently, over the last 12 months, 18 months, I've put all my focus on courses. Now, a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is automating and scaling what you do. And if you do have an online course, and this will work really, really well, but it's also for one-to-one lessons because it can be adapted no matter what you sell. Even if you don't sell anything now, you can still build for the future too. So I just want to quickly go through the different ways that you can earn online. And this will just help you, think about if you do want to teach online, the different areas you can go into. And if you are teaching online already, what you can do in the future. So firstly, we have one-to-one. That's what I recommend most people do when they first get started. It's easier to bring learners, or it's easier to convert learners into paying students when it's one-to-one. And additionally, you don't have to prepare anything in advance. So if we think about an online course, we have to do all that preparation before we sell it. With a one-to-one lesson, you can sell a one-to-one lesson today and take it tomorrow. You can prepare for it as and when needed and when people buy your lessons. So one-to-one lessons is what most people do. We also have group lessons, and this is just the idea of if you are selling one-to-one lessons at $30 an hour, you can get 4 learners who pay $15 each, and you're doubling your hourly rate for those lessons. I did some group lessons last year in 2014, really enjoyed them. You can do them on WizIQ, you can do them on Skype these days. Zoom is another great platform that you can use. It does take, you do need to have a larger audience to make this work, okay? Services, talked about services. You can offer writing feedback, speaking feedback, presentations, business English, Jack was just talking about, email writing as well, CV corrections, all those different types of things where you don't have to be present with the learner in real time. The next one is online courses. You can use WizIQ to create an online course. Udemy is another option. These days, I have all my online courses on my own websites using WordPress and software plugins that you can use to take payments, create paywalls, so only those who sign up can see material, and to organize your materials. A lot easier to do these days. Thinking back 5 years ago, it would have been impossible for me to do this without spending a lot of money. But software is $20 a month. The hosting is $100 a month. A few other things you need, but the startup costs are super low to get it on your own platform. And then finally, I just want to mention this as well. You can do affiliate marketing. You can sell other people's products, to English learners, and earn a commission if someone signs up to the course or product. If you go into ClickBank, for example, you'll see Shana from Espresso English and a few other teachers have their courses up there. So you don't actually have to create something for all of this to work. But most of you will want to teach. We're online teachers, we're English teachers. We want to do that. We want to actually teach. But that is another option for those who want to build an audience but don't necessarily want to build something themselves. I just want to talk about the basics about getting all of this right, because this is the foundation that allows you to use this kind of system that I'm going to talk about. So firstly, I talk about the niche a lot, and a lot of other teachers do as well. So your niche is basically who you teach, how you teach, and what you teach. So it might be business English to learners in Spain through your one-to-one lessons and a specific method that you have. So that's your niche. It can be very specific, it can be general, but it's a very good idea to get this formula, I call it the magic formula, to get this formula in mind, to know who you are going to teach, how you're going to teach them, and what you're going to teach. And this just allows you to build your online presence and to tell people, this is what I do and this is how I can help you. The second thing here, to solve problems, okay? I like to look at language teaching the same as anything else when you're trying to help someone. What we're trying to do is solve the problems that learners have. And a lot of my teacher training has been based on the problems that my learners have had, and I've gone out to see how I can solve them. So, for example, there were a lot of problems in Spain with certain sounds. So I went out and researched those sounds, specific problems that Spanish learners had, and then looked at ways that I could solve those problems. And if you have that kind of mentality, especially when you're thinking about your niche and who you serve and who you are going to teach, then you're going to be very valuable. And that's the next point. We need to be valuable in what we do, in our one-to-one lessons, in our group lessons, in our online courses. Now, if you're just starting out as a teacher, then you just be honest with your learners, but don't let it put you off actually getting started, because you're going to learn a lot as you teach, and you're going to learn exactly what you need to learn as you work with learners too and know their problems. So what's next? Once we have this foundation and we have this idea of who we are going to teach, we have our niche, we're thinking about problems, we're doing all these types of things. What's next is that we need to sell, okay? And I mentioned this at the start of the presentation, talking about how we just have to sell our lessons as independent teachers. And I like to talk about the many hats. So you can see this guy here with all the different hats, because if we are building an online teaching business, then there's a lot of things that we have to do. We have to be the teacher. We have to think about the admin. We have to chase payments. We have to create an online presence. We have to work on social media, and we have to sell our lessons. So this is one of the hats you're going to have to put on, is knowing how to sell your lessons. Because as I say here, no one is going to sell it for us. No one is going to sell our lessons for us. Yes, we're going to get referrals. People will refer us to other people, but you can only rely on referrals so much. And obviously, to get that initial boost, that initial start to your online teaching career, you're going to have to sell your lessons. A lot of teachers do get in touch with me and say they feel a little bit annoyed, because they say, I know my product is good. I know my lessons are amazing, but I just can't find learners. And a lot of this usually comes down to the mentality, being afraid of saying, buy my product, or this product's going to help you, or my lessons are going to help you. So no one is going to sell these things for us. And the last point, I think this is important, is that we want sales. You know, we want them. We want to expand on what we're doing. We want to get paid for what we're worth. And we want to help as many learners as possible. You know, a lot of people say that if you don't sell your courses, then you're doing your learners a disservice. And that just means that if you're not convincing people to learn from you, then they're not going to benefit from your lessons. So it's going to benefit everyone as long as you have this value and, you know, you help people and solve problems. So I think this is a really important thing to think about. I'm going to talk about the mentality later, but just know that we need to sell lessons. It's something that we have to do. So to sell lessons, we're going to need a sales page or a webinar. And I just want to talk briefly about this. Now, there are different ways you can do this. Let's just give an example of a one-to-one lesson. Now, with one-to-one lessons, what most teachers do, and what I recommend you do too, is to push learners into a trial lesson, to get them to sign up for a 15, 20-minute lesson, whether this is paid or if it's free. So to do this, you're going to need a sales page, okay? Now, we're going to talk about in a minute where to send people first. But when people come on the sales page, they're going to make a decision of whether to choose you or not very quickly. And this is one of the most important pages you're going to have, is to have a sales page to convince learners to actually take a trial lesson with you, to buy a product from you, or to do whatever you want them to do. So spend time on this sales page. Do the research to get this right. Going back to your niche, you have to write this page as you're talking to those people. And that's why it's important to think about who you're teaching and how you're going to help them. So this is where copywriting comes in, you know, trying to get the right copy, the copy that's going to persuade learners to take lessons with you. So the sales page is an important part of this process. I've put also here at the top a webinar, because you can sell on webinars too. I do this sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly. So I've been experimenting with giving lots of live lessons for English learners with a soft sell to my courses. I've also done it in the past where I've done a hard sell, where half the presentation is about my course. Webinars are a great way to push people into trial lessons and into different things that you offer. So bear that in mind as well when we talk about this whole process. However, we don't want to send people cold to a sales page. What I mean by cold is this. When someone doesn't know you, but the first thing they do is go to a sales page for them to buy something, to get something from you. So we don't want to send people cold to a sales page. I see a lot of teachers do this. You know, they have a trial lesson for $5 and they'll send a lot of people to this page. Conversions are very, very low. Because as I mentioned in the introduction, you know, what we're trying to do is convince people to send us money online, people that we don't know. So it's so important that we actually build trust, build desire, and don't send people to a sales page cold. Because as I say here, point number 2, there's no trust. There's no trust. Think about, you know, times when you've seen an advert online for someone and they just say, send me money. Do you think, I don't know you. Who is this person? How can we do this? So it's really important that we actually do something else and build this trust. I've just put at the bottom here, lost leads. When you advertise for learners and you send them to a page to send you money, you're going to lose leads because they need to know who you are first. Another point I want to mention here is you don't have a traffic problem. Now, if you're new to online business, traffic just means visitors to your website. And lots of teachers get in touch with me and say, how can I get more traffic to my website? How can I get more people on my website? But the thing is, we don't have traffic problems, okay? It's not a problem of getting learners onto our website. The reason being is that we can buy traffic. Traffic is very available. You know, it's available to anyone who has a Facebook account, who signs up to Google AdWords, who uses other advertising platforms and knows how to use them. Because if you're sending 1 million people to a page that converts at 0%, then obviously this is not a traffic problem, it's a conversion problem. And that's why focusing on how to convert learners and how to send them through the system, I'm going to introduce very quickly, how to send them through the system first makes a huge difference. And that's what you need to focus on. Before you think about advertising, before you think about building your brand and pushing lots of people onto your website to try to sell things. So bear in mind that we don't have a traffic problem, we have a conversion problem. And this is the system. Seems like it's taken a long time to fade out and fade in. Okay, a few things have gone wrong here. What can people see? Does it look like it's Icelandic or something else? Just let me know, because I can actually see Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, but above that it says us. Maybe it's just me. Philip says it looks okay. I see the sales funnel looks good. Okay, clear slide here. For me, it's really strange. I'm just going to bring it up on here so I can see what I'm talking about on my spare computer. Okay, so the first slide on the left says traffic to your website. Okay, so once you have a website, you know, we're talking about traffic and not having a traffic problem. But once your sales funnel is set up and optimized, then you send people from Facebook, from Twitter, from YouTube. We're going to see some examples of this later. And this is where you can also send advertising as well. Now, the next stage here is, it says free guide for email address. And this is where you give something away for free as your first point of contact with a learner. So we talked about before sending people code to a sales page. If you send them code to a free guide or to a blog post which has download my free guide below it, then this is a way that you can actually change and warm up your audience to get them to know you, to build trust and value with them. Now, the second point here is to build, okay? Value, trust, and desire. That's what we've been talking about a lot in this presentation. But after you send them the free guide, then you can send them more things. And this is a way for you to build value, okay? To show them how valuable that you are. Because if you say, take a lesson with me to someone who doesn't know you, then they're not likely going to do it. But if you show them your teaching, if you show them how you can help them through videos, through emails, through blog posts, then they're going to know how valuable that you are. And this in turn, it builds trust. Because the more that you speak with someone, the more that you help someone, the more they're going to trust you. And then we can also build desire as well. Now, I used to teach IELTS training. So I used to help people with the IELTS exam. And I gave away a free guide for the IELTS exam. And then I gave them more resources, more tips for exams, more things like that. I also built desire about lessons, talking about how important it is to get speaking evaluations, to meet with a teacher, to get tips on writing from a teacher and feedback about writing. So it's not just about building value and trust, but it's about building desire about what you offer. I've also mentioned here pre-launch sequence. Don't worry too much about this, and we'll see that again. But then the next stage is to send them to your sales page or the webinar, okay? So this is once you have built up this value, trust, and desire, that's when you can start to sell what you offer. And I've put here as well follow-ups. You can do this through email follow-ups. And there are different ways you can add urgency. We'll talk about that later. But once you send people to the sales page of the webinar, either you get the sale or you don't get the sale. But it doesn't end there, because a lot of the time, as we'll see later too, you need lots of reminders and lots of ways to push people into, or to persuade people into buying what you offer. Usually when you say, this is my new course, or these are my lessons for the first time, people think, yeah, looks good, I'll maybe do it later. And we'll see some numbers about that later, which show how important it is. But one of the best things about this is once people go through this system, if you don't make the sale, then you can just continue building trust and desire about what you offer. And this, I found this to be very true, because I started an email list a few years ago. And even just this month, I've had people who joined 2 years ago finally buy what I offer. And this is using email marketing. We'll talk about that in a second. But email marketing allows you to build your audience and to sell what you have to offer. So what we're going to do is look at the different parts of this sales funnel. And I'm going to give you some examples too. Just been a little slow on my end. So I think it says, yeah, you need an email list, okay? You need an email list. What I mean by an email list is using email marketing software to register emails and to build your audience that way. My email list is probably the most important thing I have in my business, probably after my website. It's close though, because if let's just say, and I hate talking about this, but let's just say my website goes down, I can still communicate with people by email. Those people who have followed me for years, who have just joined, I can still give them information and I can still keep in contact with them. Flip that around. If my website is still up, but my email list goes down, then all those people who have got in touch with me and asked me to send them stuff, I can't contact them. So email is so important. And here are some more reasons why. Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to give you an example right now. This is an example of a course that I did on WizIQ. Okay. And it was how to become fluent in English. I launched this course in May 2014. No, sorry, in April, but then I also re-released it in May. So I did this twice. Now, this course, the first time, was pushed very heavily, okay? Very heavily on social media and advertising by WizIQ. They pushed it very, very heavily. Now, 45+ people signed up to the course. 90% of those people came from my email list. Now, at the time, I'm not sure how WizIQ markets things now, but at the time, they were sending people to a sales page cold. They were doing Facebook ads and just saying, buy this course, buy this course. There was no build-up. There's no trust being built about it. People didn't know who I was. So they looked at it and thought, I don't know who he is. I don't necessarily trust this person. I don't know who this guy is. But on my email list, I had built up this trust for years, for a couple of years with a lot of people. I had built up the desire by saying, I'm going to create this course very soon. It's going to help you. And I had given them value. I'm going to show you later the videos that I sent them before I sold this course. So 90% came from my email list. Someone just asked me quickly, what email website do you use? I have a free guide on how to start your own email list. teachingesonline.com/EFLmag. And there you can download the summary of this presentation and also my tutorial on email marketing. So just quickly about email marketing. Okay. Firstly, it's personal. The way that you speak to someone through email is very different. Just think about the difference between when you create a social media post and when you send an email. Now, even though you're sending mass emails, it's still going to people individually. So the way that you talk to people is so different when you send them an email versus when you post something on Facebook. So it allows you to change the way, or it allows you to sell your courses in a more personal way. You can reach more as well because everyone opens up their email. Just think about anyone who uses Facebook knows how the organic reach is just keeps dropping and dropping. You know, you have to pay to reach your audience these days. So email just allows you to reach more people. As I talked about before, you own the emails, okay? It's so important. When you're building any kind of online business, this teaching business we're talking about, think about things that you own. You know, don't put too much onto things that you don't own. Concentrate on the things that you can control. And the last one here is follow-ups. Follow-ups, okay? And this just means to send them multiple emails about your lessons. And you can do this on autopilot too. So when I was talking about building the trust and sending people emails in step 3, this is done on autopilot. You know, you write the emails once. If someone signs up today, they get email 1 today, email 2 tomorrow, email 3 whenever you want to send it. So here's an example of what I do for English learners right now. And this is called a landing page or a splash page. It's basically just a page that you send people to. So when I talked about before, you know, not having a traffic problem, because if you send lots and lots of people to your generic homepage, then 9 times out of 10, they'll have a quick look around and leave. If you send people to this page, I know that 35% of people who go on this page, click the button and enter their email address. And it's something that I'm testing all the time. You know, I'm always testing to try and get higher conversions. And I found that this page, I don't know what your thoughts on it are. I don't think it's the prettiest. It's a little bit weird, but it gets the best conversions. I've tried fancy pages, ones that have more text. This works the best. So what they do is they go here, they click the book, and they download the book. Okay. Now then they are entered into this automated system where they are given more value. We have conversations by email. They have the opportunity to buy the $7 audio version of the book. Yeah, someone just put here plain and simple. And I think that works. You know, I've talked about before about sales pages and how longer sales pages work. But what I found with English learners, because of obviously the language barrier, simple works better. That's what I found. It might not work with your learners, but that's what I found with mine. I also have this free book to download at the bottom of each post. So I talked about before how when someone lands on my website and reads a blog post, they have the opportunity to sign up and get this book for free. So number one thing I push on my website, I just want people to download this book, to enter in this automated sequence. It's the best way that I can help people, and it's going to help me over the long term too. The book, I've got so many great reviews for it, and people love the book. So I know how helpful it is, and therefore I want to push it to show you the value that I can offer. Now the next slide is talking about that stage where we talked about give, build trust, build desire. So on the left, this is an example of the email sequence that goes out. So again, as I talked about, it's automated. If someone downloads that book today, they get email 1 as soon as they download it. They get email 2 tomorrow, email 3 the day after that. And I've created the emails in such a way so that it gives people value, so that it builds trust, and it also builds desire about what I offer. I've just put on the right hand side here, you can see on your screen my website. So I send people 2 videos. This is a way to build value. I send people to the best videos I've made, to YouTube, those kind of things. Quick question here, do you do ebooks and iBooks? Can you download a PDF version? Exactly right, yeah, I do it on iBooks, iBook Author, and then you just export it as a PDF. And they have some beautiful templates. But you can, don't worry too much about making this pretty. The first one I did was just a PDF, you know, like a Google Doc with my website at the bottom. I've got a free download for you guys. It's very simple. You know, I didn't create it through iBooks. I just created it through Google Drive. Don't worry too much about that. But yeah, iBooks Author is a really good resource for that if you have a Mac. Now, I also talked about a pre-launch funnel. So imagine that you don't have anything for sale now, but you know you want to have one-to-one lessons in the future, or you know that you're building a course that you're going to sell in 6 months. What you want to do is to build up an email list now. You can build trust and desire and give value over 6 months, a year, 18 months. I did this for my Teaching ESL online blog, where I gave away a free download, and I didn't have anything for sale for the first year, 18 months, something like that. But once I had something for sale, I had this pre-launch funnel. And it's the same for Tofluency. So remember the course that I gave on WizIQ? Well, I put this onto my website that November. So I had the course in March, then I think it was in May, and then I put it on my own website in November. And I did this pre-launch funnel. So on Monday, they received video 1. On Wednesday, they received video 2. And then on Friday, they received video 3. And this was building towards my course, which then I launched the following week. So you can use email to build this pre-launch funnels. Okay, here's some stats right now. This was for the Tofluency program, my course, when I first launched it. It was a 4-day launch. Day 1, 19%. Day 2, 19%. Day 3, 20%. Day 4, 42%. A lot of people, when they launch something, they'll send out 1 email. If you send out 1 email, then you're only going to get 20% of your potential, you know, according to these figures. And what I found is that the more I do this, the more I launch products, every time it seems like day 4 is getting higher and higher, because people procrastinate and need convincing. People always procrastinate. We all do it. You know, we land on something and think, yeah, this is a good idea. I'll do it later. We need convincing to buy something. I've also just added in here to add urgency. It's important that you give people a reason to buy now. This could be about, if you're giving exam preparation, then the urgency is already there. Don't wait any longer to prepare for the exam. But on other things, if you're keeping a course open, you need to add in urgency. This can be done through price increases, special offers. If you open lessons, and then you can close them and say, I'm not taking on any more students. But adding in urgency is important. And as I said at the bottom of the slide, people buy years later. So building this email list and building this system isn't just about selling something now. It's about building this audience and investing in what people might do in the future too. Just a quick question, do I have to build a website myself for lessons? Not necessarily, you can get someone else to do it for you. It's a lot easier to do it on your own these days. And also, you know, the free download, it links to the guide for how you can build your own website. Yeah, I wouldn't get someone to build a website on Fiverr, but there are platforms like Upwork. I'm not actually quite sure if there is someone who does it on Fiverr, a good job of it. But yeah, Wix is a website builder, a great option. I've never used it, so I can't talk too much about it. Weebly is the one I've used in the past. Yola is another one. All these different ones you can just very easily put up a website. No coding required. There's no, I mean, there are a few things you have to try and think about. It's more important that you think about your niche and how you, what words you're going to use. That's more important than the design. Mentality. Okay, so the mentality of, Philip just said costs more, maybe about $25 on Fiverr. Yeah, I'll look into that. It'll be interesting. Yeah, the mentality of selling. We talked about this before. Okay, ease into it. You know, you don't have to go all guns blazing straight away and say, bye. I'm selling my courses and go crazy. Ease into it. Point 2 is the most important one, is to be yourself. Okay, you don't have to turn into like a stereotypical car salesman to sell your products. Just be yourself. In fact, being yourself is better. It's such a better way to do it, because if you start acting like someone else, people will pick up on this. If you are yourself, then people see you as a genuine person. And then selling is good. Just like I talked about before, selling is good. It's something that we want to do. It's going to help us build our business, and it's going to help learners improve their English. Quick question here. Are the videos personalized enough for your new email contacts? What are their reactions on the emails when they come back to you? Did you ever get bought by potential customers for spamming repetitive emails? Yeah, so the thing with emails is that whenever you send an email out, there's an unsubscribe link at the bottom. So a learner can just say no more emails. When you sell things, okay, this is another thing. When I have done a big launch in the past and say sent out 4 or 5 emails about buying my product, I get very, very little complaints. And it actually surprised me, because I was very nervous about doing it for the first time. And I was very close to not sending that final email on the last day, or, you know, oh, I won't send an email today. But, you know, a lot of the time these emails just get lost in the noise. How many times have you just seen an email and thought, oh, there's a headline, doesn't catch my attention, or whatever, you know? You don't open it and it's gone. But then email 2, the next day, say something else that maybe gets your attention. So, yeah, you know, don't be afraid of sending lots of emails out. Just a quick question, are the videos personalized enough for your new email contacts? What are their reactions on these emails when they come back to you? I'm not quite sure. Could you try and rephrase that? Are you talking about the course? Just try and rephrase that for me and I'll answer that for you. Got a little bonus tip as well at the end of all this. As well as building this system, you know, we can also use Facebook and Google to retarget people. So when I launch a course or I have a product for sale, if someone goes on the sales page but doesn't buy, they'll most likely see an ad on Facebook giving them a reminder, or telling them, you know, to buy it, giving them more reasons to buy. I'm sure you've seen this, especially if you do online shopping. You put something in your cart, and 2 seconds later, you have an advert on Facebook saying, "Oh, did you forget this?" So that's a way to retarget. It's a little bit complicated, but it's worth doing. Once you have everything else in place. And the last point is just to buy traffic. Okay, so once you have this system in place, and once it's working, then you can advertise, because you know the system is going to bring out certain figures. It's consistent over time. That's one thing. With large enough numbers, you'll realize that you'll be converting people at a certain percentage rate. And if you if you have good figures or good enough figures, then you can start advertising and sending people to this landing page to download the free book, to go through the email system, to then go onto your sales page and then back in the system again. So yeah, it's as I said before, don't have a traffic problem. We need to get this conversion and this system set up first before we really think about anything else. I just want to say as well, once the system's set up, it doesn't really end there, because we can always try to make things better, to get the conversion rate to every step a little bit higher, to modify the system, to experiment, to do things like that. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing this kind of thing, because it makes you think about who you are targeting and how you're going to build something that they want, and then how you're going to create that desire and build that trust so that they buy it from you. So what I've done for you, as I've mentioned a couple of times, is a free summary and an email marketing guide. If you go to teachingeslonline.com/EFLmag, and you'll be able to see this process in action at the same time. I'm just going to put it in the little chat box here. Online.com/EFLmag. So yeah, I'm just going to answer a couple of questions. Angie, how? Talking about Facebook marketing, I think, and retargeting. Basically, what you do is you put a pixel on your website, and there's quite a lot to do. It's pretty complicated, but there's training out there that will be able to do this for you. Where do you buy traffic? Facebook and Google AdWords mainly. And then, how many hours do you usually work in a week? I saw a picture the other day, and it says entrepreneurs, or people who work online and work at home, are the only people who will quit a 40-hour-a-week job to work 80 hours a week. And I'm in the same boat. I love working. I want to do more of it, but I'm very restricted because I have a 2-year-old who I look after for part of the day. So I only have a window of 9 until 4:15 to work. Sometimes squeeze an hour in at night, and also weekends too, if I can. But I'm learning to try and get away from things at the moment. Rob says we never count the hours. I know, and we're always thinking about it. It's just, for me, it's just so much fun. The whole thing of teaching online, that I wake up and I want to do it. Sorry, I'm just reading some comments, Louise, Nick. Thank you. Loving your work is the most important thing, not the hours. Yep. You're never, but when passionate, it's different from other 6-hour job. Yeah, cool. So any questions? I guess we've got 9 minutes, and maybe Philip wants to come in and ask a couple of questions, and people can ask them in the chat box. I'll be happy to answer them for you. Getting traffic to conversion to landing page. Yeah, I'll try and do this in a simplified way. People come on your website and they download something for free. Then they go through an email marketing sequence, emails where they get more information about you, and you build that trust and desire. And then you can, throughout this process, it depends on how you want to do it. If you want to soft sell, if you want to talk about your product in the first email you send, if you want to talk about what you offer at email 10, if you want to build for the long term, it just depends on you and how you want to set it up. But then at some point, you're going to sell something. You're going to convince people to buy something from you. If they don't buy, they just go into the email list where you can continue building that trust over time. So I hope that makes sense. The when you download the free guide as well, you'll be able to look at the image and take a look at that. Yeah. So Philip, hello.
Yes, hello. Great. I learned a lot from that, and thanks very much. I'll be definitely. There's a few takeaways for me there. I'm kind of just touching on email marketing, and I've just recently done it myself with the emails for this summit and getting to grips with Aweber, and also setting up a landing page for this conference. And I can't say they were all the best. Yeah, it's a learning experience for me, and I've got a lot of advice from people. And yeah, I think a little bit about the email marketing. A few people were asking about, the sequence and sending ads, or sorry, sending emails. Let's say 5 emails in the space of a week, or spread over a number of weeks. And I'm sure you've read this tip before, Jack, that if you let people know that you're sending a sequence of adverts, or sorry, emails. So, for example, you're sending a course in sections, maybe.
Yes.
Or is there any other advice you could get? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good point. And when I send a lot of emails, there are two things to think about. If someone's just signed up and they're new to you, then you can put them through like a welcome campaign. And this is just basically, where you build that trust and desire. If you are launching a product to people already on your list, already, signed up months ago, then you can send them emails like I did, the free videos and then the sales emails a week after. And this is where you're sending more emails than usual, but it's because you're building that desire for what you have and trying to sell it. Someone just asked as well, like if you're just starting out, what you can do. Get an email list as soon as you start. Don't worry about trying to sell something at the start, but it's just about building that audience. Your email audience is the best audience that you can build. And sorry, Rob just asked, any alternatives to Aweber? I love ActiveCampaign, and they have a very visual way of seeing things, and it's very advanced in some ways, but it also works for beginners.
And I know there are some other options out there. There's MailChimp. I think MailChimp does, you get your first up to 500 for free. So if you have a pretty modest email list, maybe a few hundred people,
MailChimp is free for, I think, 2,000, but they don't allow you to do the automated campaign. So you can only send broadcasts when you write an email and it goes to everyone. So that is quite restricted in terms of that. But as you said before, like you're learning this and you're thinking about the landing page, you're thinking about email, and it's very difficult to get right first time. And in fact, it's never done. You're always trying to make it better. But it's about getting started, obviously, and putting something out there and then coming back with fresh eyes a week later and making some changes.
And can you touch a little bit more on, you were saying about people procrastinating and maybe putting sales off. Is there any way you can speed this up? You said something about urgency. Now, some people use timelines and, limited offers. I mean, do you do any of that?
Yes. So I made a decision to never discount courses. I know a lot of teachers who do, and it's something that definitely works by offering, some kind of discount. I'm sure a lot of people realized for Black Friday there were just discounts everywhere for English courses. Instead, I offer bonuses for courses. So, added things to the course if someone signs up for a few days. Price increases as well, where you increase the price for your course and people can get in at the original price. Urgency, there are some ways that I don't like. For example, you can actually automate this where if someone signs up to your email list, then they'll get a special link where they go to the checkout page, and the course will close within 5 days, but it's only for that person according to when they signed up. So it's different for everyone, and I don't really like that because it doesn't seem right to me. Yeah. Also, as I talked about, it depends on what you're teaching. There's actually urgency about getting started with the training. As I said, if someone has an exam coming up soon, then there's that urgency to get lessons right now. But yeah, someone just said sneaky, and I think it's yeah. You need to think about ways that you're happy with being yourself. So for me, I know that if I created that system where it had that specific deadline for someone, it would work really, really well. But for me, it just doesn't seem the right thing to do. So when you're thinking about the tactics to use, think about the long term and think about how comfortable you are. If you feel uncomfortable doing it, I recommend just, leave it to one side. But it's about you doing the things that you feel are right. And for me, discounting, it's not something I like to do. Personally, there's nothing wrong with it, but personally, I don't want to devalue the course, and instead offer something in addition.
Great. Well, it was a pleasure. I learned a lot. I know many people will have too. And yes, I think I'll be looking at this one again. Anyway, this recording. So Jack, thank you once again.
For putting this together. It's been great fun. And I've just put the link again in the chat box for the free summary and email marketing guide. And if anyone has any questions, you'll get my email after downloading this, and send me any questions you have. I spend a lot of time on email. I love helping others get this started. So yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Great. Well, and we appreciate it, Jack. Thank you very much for your generosity, and I'm sure many people will be able to avail of your experience and your knowledge. So thanks again. Cheers, Jack. Thank you. Okay, so great. I hope everybody's enjoying the summit so far. Just a little quick recap. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, on where we're at. So we're at the penultimate speaker of the evening, just coming up soon. Jason, we'll be talking to Jason soon. I just want to mention about tomorrow. So this is incorrect. So our first speaker tomorrow, Chuck, will be here, and Jamie. And just a little talk about our sponsors, and Ian, who was mentioned earlier, Integrating Technology, and Nelly, and Nelly here, Nelly Deutsch, who will be presenting and is coordinating a lot of the things in the background here, and Gallery Teachers as well, and ITDI. So Gallery Teachers Pro with Giovanni, and ITDI with Chuck, who you'll have the pleasure of seeing tomorrow. And without further ado, where Jason? Oh, I saw. Oh, I'm great. I'm great. You're back in Paris now, are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
You're a very hardworking man, because I see a lot of your.
I am. I'm in Paris.
Updates, and you've been to Italy, and where else have you been this week?
I've been moving around quite a bit, but pretty much within or inside of Italy. But a lot of different parts of Italy.
Jason is going to talk about being online and social media, and he should know. I mean, I think one of your pages there, Innovative Teachers of English, you have what, over 107,000 at the moment, is it, followers on? Yeah. Oh, okay, great. And you have teachers teaching
Yeah.
online. That's your group as well.
I'm going to talk a bit about that group today, in fact.
Yeah. Another one. So tell me a little bit, because not everybody knows you.
Yep, that's another one.
I get a little bit of feedback there. Yeah. About your background, what you're doing at the moment. You have
Sure.
a lot of things on. So yeah, if you can fill us in a little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely. Before I go any further, is there any echo? Do I need headphones? Can everybody hear me okay? There is echo. Okay. So let me suit up here. Sorry about that.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Does that solve the problem? Yeah. Is the volume okay?
So yes, tell me a little bit about.
Oh, good.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, a little bit about
Sorry
yourself,
about that. I shouldn't
Jason.
have
I
presumed
mean,
that I could go
we know you well, but some people may not be so familiar with you and your work. So, yeah. What?
Okay. Sure. Well, what I primarily do these days, two things. One is I do workshops for students and teacher training workshops as well in schools. I'm really kind of available to do it anywhere, but been focusing on countries in Europe. This is through Gallery Languages and Gallery Teachers, which is helping to is working with Philip and me, Chuck. We're doing a lot of stuff together with ITDI, which is fantastic. So I'm going on these tours of schools, mainly with students now, some teacher training, but there's a lot of demand for a student workshop I do. I teach English through hip hop music that I make, and I do basically shows with students where together we perform the music, songs I have, work on all aspects of English learning, but especially speaking and vocabulary building. Primary schools, high schools, and as I said, mainly in Italy right now. There's going to be more I'm going to be doing in France going forward. And that's the first thing. And the other thing I do is I have an online course called the Weekly English Workout. And that's it's a combination, I'll talk about it today a bit, of one live class each week and a series of video workouts, asynchronous material students can watch, and comes with audio file exercises, lots of stuff to practice speaking and listening. And also a Facebook group, which I'm going to talk about mainly as it's a very important element of this course, the English Workout. Yeah, WEW, the English Workout. So those are the two things. I do other stuff, but to keep it short, those are the two main things I'm focusing on.
And yeah, I was kind of blown away really by your abilities as a teacher, Jason, because obviously I've spoken to you before, but I think for a lot of us we don't attend other teachers. We're not students as such, so we don't really see what you do, and yeah, the way you can engage into students was great, and how you can build relationship with them and engage them, is fantastic. Yeah. So.
Wow, there's no greater compliment than that. I really appreciate it. And actually, one thing that I'm going to start doing in the weekly classes is bringing in conversation guests, teachers. So teachers who can come in, students can prepare questions, interact with somebody else in English. Neil Millington, I don't know if he's here right now or not. I don't think so, but he's been coming in. We've been trying that out, but I'm definitely going to ask you, Nelly, Rob, a bunch of people are here, Jack, to come in. It's also a great way to promote, what you do for learners as well.
And tell me a little bit
just love you too, Dr. Nelly. Yeah, you don't have to wrap. That's
online
okay.
Specifically, because this is the online summit. So yeah, what you obviously you have this course which is teaching online, but yeah, when did you first start teaching online? What were the difficulties? How did you overcome them? Yeah, so anything you can say on that? Oh, okay.
Mm. Well, I'm going to get to that in this talk actually a little bit at the beginning. But I will just tell you, I started, but without giving away my little intro, I started teaching online, formally teaching online, meaning like in a classroom and getting paid for it and things like that, formalities like that. Not that long ago, actually. I would say maybe 4 years ago. 3 years, maybe just even 3 years ago. So before that, I was doing a lot online, but mainly to promote the work I did offline. And that's something I still do. I would say I still do that more than I'm focusing on making good money directly from sales of things I do online. But that is changing. That I am moving more in that direction than I have before. It's kind of like what Jack was just talking about you can get started without having to sell something right away. And the benefit of that could be, experimenting without as much of a risk, and more than anything else, I think building trust with the people who are out there and what you do, before you try to sell something. But I am with the Weekly English Workout, which is a very new venture. It's it's new and it's not, as Dr. Nelly knows, because she helped me with the first edition of it. That was a purely live course on WizIQ that I did with her help. This is very different because it's focusing on selling the main content of it is these video workouts that students watch whenever they want, when they have time, and audio files on my website. It's all based on
Well,
my
I
website.
won't hold you up any longer.
So I am moving
Chase.
more in that
I'll
direction.
talk to you after the presentation, and good luck.
Great. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, hello, everybody. And Philip, thank you so much for putting this together with help from Nelly and Rob and others, doing a lot of work behind the scenes, in front, the front end, the back end. Made it very easy for the rest of us to prepare something and show up. And that's much appreciated. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Great presentation by Jack that I just watched. So much to learn from that. I'm kind of a good segue maybe to what I'm talking about. I'm going to really focus on the social media piece. Jack mentioned it's getting harder on Facebook, for example, to get organic reach, needing to pay to get people to visit your page. That's absolutely true. It means it's even more important, I think, to use social media intelligently, to make the best use of your time. As you'll see, I'm going to tell you not as much to focus on pages, but more on groups. I don't know if anyone here, I'm sure some people have. If you haven't, you've got to check it out. Seen Rob's post in EFL Magazine on groups on Facebook, and he talks about his group English students. And it's interesting to put that up because that's very similar to the kind of thing I'm going to talk to you about today. Just quick introduction. I'm going to speed through the beginning here to make sure there's enough time for what's really important. Advancing my slide doesn't seem to be going. Can you guys see a new slide or not? I see it just buffering. You can see it. Uh-oh. Maybe I need to go out and come back in. Although it says my connection is strong. I'm going to do that though, guys. I'm going to re-enter. Meanwhile, think about being the media. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. Oddly, I see the video, the camera, everything's fine, except I don't see a slide. Very odd. There we go. Peculiar things are happening in here. Now I can see it. I chose this slide because I just wanted to quickly tell you how I got into all of this in the first place, super quickly. I was actually after I was actually laid off from a job teaching, I was the academic director and director of curriculum development actually at the time for a school, a language school, English language school in New York City, right after 9/11, and that was a big change for me in New York. Living in New York, the school was actually just a few blocks from the World Trade Center, and I actually started my own school in New York not too long after that. But in between when I got laid off from this corporate English language school where I had a good job, and when I started my own school, I was putting little messages about how messed up the United States was with how they were reacting to the terrorist attacks and anti-Bush and all this stuff. And this was before I was posting things, literally posting little stickers all over the place. And it's interesting now to reflect on that because I'm basically doing the same thing in social media. But these days we can be the media. You know, at that point, you know, one day a woman came up to me and said, who do you think you are? You think you're going to change the world? And basically, I knew that I wasn't, but that I wanted to. And these days, teachers and students absolutely can be the media. Yes, this is the slide still. And I want to focus on just how much that, what kind of effect that can have. So this is a post that we put up in Innovative Teachers of English, and I'll just write that in here, Innovative Teachers of English. It's a Facebook group. I'm really going to focus on Facebook today in this talk, and I'll tell you why. And the reason I'm showing you this is not the message so much as the fact that within a week, I think it was even like 3 or 4 days, this particular post had nearly 100,000 shares. And it's really exciting when this happens. It happens very frequently in this Facebook group because we are being the media, you know, and other teachers who are active in this group are getting that kind of reach on things they post as well. So it's just a really exciting time. And I just wanted to ask you guys, you know, for anyone who doubts, and of course I'm preaching to the choir here, but this might be useful for you to talk about when you're talking to people about online teaching. But I ask people when they say to me, "Oh, you must really like technology. Wow, you know, you like teaching with tech. You like, you know, social media is this technology thing." And I think, well, I think, or I say, would you feel comfortable being operated on in a 19th century hospital? So you can answer this rhetorical question if you like. And then I show them this picture, or I don't usually show the pictures. I say, how would you feel about attending a lecture at a 19th century university lecture hall? These pictures were taken around the same time. No woman, that's right. No women in this. I think this is Pennsylvania State University or something like that. As boring as this might look, it doesn't look terribly different from the way things are now. Not if you compare what technology has done with medicine and what technology has done with education. It's just starting in education. You know, when you look at this picture, you can also consider the fact that there's really not a lot of difference between not only today and this, but all the way back in time, sitting on the grass, one learned person, right, the sage on the stage teaching, whether it's on the ground, in a cave, right? So basically, it's not about technology, it's just about evolution of how we share information. In this picture, you see the old phonograph of the first gramophones. People thought online teaching is never going to work when it first started, and people still doubt online teaching. And what happened when recorded music first came on the scene. People said, who's going to listen? Who's going to listen to recorded music when you can go to the opera? Why would you listen to recorded music when you can go to the opera? And what, of course, they didn't consider was not everybody has the money to go to the opera. Not everybody has the geographical privilege to go to the opera. Not everybody has the time to go to the opera. And recorded music, as we know, has done very well. And listening to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony on good headphones can, for some people, even be a more meaningful experience than going to the symphony live. And this is what's so exciting about online teaching and learning. To me, it's like recorded music. It's not about, getting rid of the live concert. It's about just how much you can connect emotionally, intellectually through media. It's about media. I have this picture of Mick Jagger on my wall when I was a kid. I have never seen the Rolling Stones live. I have never, let alone met them before. I've never seen them in a concert. But you cannot tell me that I don't have an intimate relationship with this band and this music. That's the power of media. And the same thing happens with students and teachers. And tell me, when you are young, who do you have a very close, intimate relationship? I don't mean intimate in the way some of you nasty people are thinking. With people outside of your close friends and family. Who has that kind of effect on us? It's not pediatricians. It's not postal workers. It's teachers only. Maybe coaches, right? Maybe a camp counselor. Possibly a religious figure in your community. But thinking about religious figures, look what happened when they went into the media. So teachers going into the media, you've got this combination of people who already we feel we can make an intimate connection with, and then the power of media. Is your use of social media personal or professional, or a mix? You could just write in the chat box. Both. I imagine it's a mix for both people, but I'd be surprised at this point, well, with this audience, that it's only for personal. Okay, but for some people, mainly personal. Okay. For me, I got into it professionally from the beginning. I didn't use it any other way. In a way, I feel kind of lucky that it happened that way, and I don't mean for necessarily just professional success as much as just if you're going to be addicted to it, I think maybe it's better, at least for me, to be addicted to the work side of it. But being too addicted to social media is not good either. Personal can be self-destructive, but I guess professionally can be self-destructive too. WhatsApp and email with students, yeah, it can be different, right? Different ways you use different media, personally and professionally. Sometimes people say, how do you know, how much time do you spend on Twitter, Google Plus, places like WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. And then sometimes people ask me, why do you use Facebook so much? Because I do use other platforms. For me, it's because I want to stay in the kitchen. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? With Facebook? It's not that I like Facebook so much. It's not so much about the informality, although that's interesting. It certainly could be part of it. Just to stay where everyone is, exactly. And I'm not suggesting that everyone's on Facebook all the time, but certainly what I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, how I use social media with students, particularly those students who are purchasing my online program, who are enrolled, they've paid and they're in the program. being able to quickly communicate, easily communicate, effectively communicate, and share is so important. And because so many people are already on Facebook, right? You can tell them, hey, let's go to the living room. It's more comfortable. It's prettier over in the, in the dining room or whatever. But somehow people often at parties remain in the kitchen. You can try to get them to go, but now if you have another place you are with students, and you can, interact in the ways that you want to, and, use a learning management system, all this kind of, it's great, but I've really not had so much success with that. So I started on YouTube, not Facebook, and as I mentioned, when I say teaching online, I mean putting up videos and interacting with students, not in an online classroom. And as I mentioned, I started using social media professionally. So I was on YouTube doing this, and then this is an old picture of my YouTube channel. If you want to go to my channel or go anywhere to see what I do, I'll give you my website. I'm also going to give you, you can just Google Fluent CMC, which is the name I use for my music and videos. Go to my website and link to social media. I was doing that, and then one day, and I don't see this picture, I'm having a connection problem again, which is extraordinary because I don't usually. Do you see a picture of students in Morocco? A teacher in Morocco? I'm hoping that's the picture. I'm not sure what's happening here with my connection. But anyway, I may need to leave in a moment if it takes too long and I can't see the following slide. But anyway, one day a teacher sent me a YouTube comment or a message or something, which said, hey, we're watching your videos in, yes, Access Fnideq. Exactly. So in Fnideq, teacher there said, hey, you really need to come here to Facebook, to my group. I said, Facebook? What is Facebook? And what is a group? So she had a Facebook page and a group. I think it was this page. Well, actually, it was in a group or on her wall. People were talking about my videos, and they were, making positive comments, negative comments. I was astonished. I was a teacher trainer. I'd never even thought of an opportunity like this to offer feedback, to get feedback and offer feedback to a teacher. And then they said, you really need to come. You really need to visit Morocco. And they sent a letter to the U.S. Embassy, and that's how I became an English specialist with the Department of State. And I can't see the slides again. So I'm going to leave and come back. I do apologize. I'll be back in a jiffy. All right. Well, I'm here again, and now I think the slides just changed. There we go. I see them. Sorry about that. Yes. So this was the beginning of my experience on Facebook. And this teacher's name is Ikram. This is Ikram here. Wonderful teacher. So this is how I got started, not only doing things online, but also getting work offline on the ground. And I've always kind of used both. I publish with Oxford University Press, songs and chants that I write with them. They found me on YouTube. So YouTube and Facebook have been very, very important. Sylvia Guinan, who is presenting tomorrow, invited me to her class, and this was the first time I was in an online classroom. So Philip asked me, how long have you been doing this? This was 2011, so that was 5 years ago. But actually, doing it to get paid has only been probably like 3 years ago. Oops, sorry. Yeah, this was, looks like it's coming up on the 4th year anniversary of this class we did together. So WizIQ has also been a very important part of my online experience. I wanted to teach my online course. What do I focus on? Well, this is where I turn to Facebook, and this is what I want to talk to you about today. This is a Facebook group that still exists. It's not as active as it was before in the past. But I started asking questions and learning about English learners here. I knew a lot about English teaching and learners because I've been doing it for many years already. I've been teaching 18 years, and this is, 4 years ago. But I didn't know very much about the online experience and what learners were looking for online. So it really helped me to go in this group. I set up a Facebook page also. I'm not going to talk about the Facebook pages as much because, as I said, and Jack mentioned, it's really hard to use pages as well as you used to be able to without spending a lot of money. It can be very effective still, but groups, and I was really even more excited to talk about groups after reading Rob Howard's article that he wrote for EFL Magazine the other day, which you really need to check out if you haven't already. Facebook groups. Here are some benefits. Now, when I say make Facebook friends, I don't mean you have to, but if you keep your Facebook very professional, you can make friends and then get followers. I have sort of a maximum of friends. Almost everyone is in ELT. Many learners are following me now that I've maxed out my friends. And getting followers is also really, really important on Facebook to get more reach for what you post and to get more folks to drive them to your website, get them to email you, whatever you're trying to do. Jack talked a lot about building an email list, which I agree is the most essential thing, email marketing. And social media can really help, particularly groups, to get connected, to earn students' trust. But this is what I really want to focus most on is, well, gaining learners' trust is kind of, to me, kind of comes with everything that we do. If we're posting great content, if we're connecting well with people, but find out what learners' needs truly are. This is what is so beneficial about groups. And I want to show you an example of that in a moment. But first, how do you find which groups? Well, if you're interested in science, you could do searches and find science groups. If you're interested in English language teaching and learning, you can do searches here. I put learn math here. I got learn English too. I don't know what happened to my learn English search. You can also feel free to contact me anytime through Facebook if you like, send me a message, or email. I'll throw my email in here now. I'll throw these links in several more times. But fluency.com. If you want to email me about anything that I'm talking about today. Facebook groups, like I said, I want to focus on how you can really find out what learners' needs are. So we're going to come back to that. But which groups? It's really important to consider these and other issues. These are just some. Who are the admins? You can go and look in the members and see who are the administrators. Of course, look at the content that's there. Active and inactive groups. Let me ask you, which do you think in general is the better choice if you want to connect more with English learners and other teachers? It's not a trick question. Yeah, active. But can you think of an advantage of an inactive group? And maybe there's more than one, but just one in particular that I'm thinking of. Given that this group has a significant number of people in it already, reactivate it, yeah. I've done that before. It's amazing. It's kind of like going and, buying an old fixer-upper. You've already got people there, but nothing's really happening. You can go in, especially if you can become an admin. And if you send a message to one of the admins, if you can connect with them and request to have them make you an admin. I'm going to leave time for questions because I'm sure, I know a lot about, I don't know a lot about many things in social media, but Facebook I do know a lot of, but kind of hard to plan this kind of presentation because there's a lot we could talk about. So I'll wait and see what questions you have. And oh, that's nice. Yeah, the people there the people that are there have what they need. Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I mean, the thing is, if it's active, you can often get more idea from looking at what's there. Problem with an active group sometimes also is that what you post gets lost in the feed, even if you try to keep it going, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. Add friends who will help you in the group. That's really important to kind of team up, whether you do it, you sort of make this conscious decision and strategy and plan to boost posts and, to work together on a thread. I've never done that. I've always done it by just kind of going on who's there and you kind of do it organically. But as far as, kind of stocking groups with good people, that's a very, very important thing to do, or to try to join groups where there are people there that, will support you and you can support them. Looking at suggested groups, Facebook gives you suggestions, so that's another way to find out about Facebook groups. So this is what I really want to focus on, how important it is. Some people dismiss Facebook and Facebook groups, and I think that one of the reasons they do that, and I mean teachers who are trying to, find success and make money as teachers online, that Facebook groups really, there's not a lot that you can benefit from by spending time there. I don't agree, and I think, again, Rob Howard wrote a great piece on this. I think the key is how you interact, so liking and commenting, especially, comments that are going to not directly sell yourself, but are going to lead people to your content, that are going to lead people to other people's content, but they'll trust you because you led them there. Then they'll follow you or maybe friend you, send you a message. It's a great way to connect with what they want. Plus, to find out what they need. I have a great example of this. I'm going to upload it right now. I didn't have time to send it in before. It's actually going on right now in Innovative Teachers of English. I just did this yesterday as an example to show you guys today of what I mean. So I'll keep going while that's loading here. It's really important not to push yourself, what you're selling. That will quickly fail. But let me just show you this. Just popped in here. I put this in 20 hours ago. It says 35 comments. People are exchanging ideas here. I put English teachers. It could be English learners. So I do this often also in groups for learners. But what materials are you looking for to improve your lessons and energize your classes? So I put this in yesterday. There's great dialogue going on. I did this one because I'm actually interested right now in finding out what teachers need for something I'm about to do. In a group that's inactive, you're not going to have a lot going on there. In a group that's active, you may have more success because there are more people there, or it may get buried. And I want to talk about what you can do to kind of keep the post up and keep things going. So that's happening right now in Innovative Teachers of English. And, sorry. So if you go there, and let me just grab that link for you guys in case you don't know this Facebook group. This Facebook group has only 3 admins, me, Shoki, McAdam, and Dalel, another Tunisian teacher. Shoki and Dalel both teach in Tunisia. It's mainly Shoki and myself that do it. As Philip mentioned, it has a lot of people in it, over 100,000. Mainly teachers, but also learners of English. If I would recommend a group for students, I definitely recommend Rob Howard's English Students Group. You want, it's not just Rob Howard's. Rob, if you want to put that in. But this is Innovative Teachers of English, where that post just was. So ask and answer questions. That's what we're doing in the thread I just showed you. And liking and commenting often. I go in and like them. Liking and commenting helps get it into other people's feeds. That's, I think, in this slide here. It's really important to comment because it boosts the post right to the top of the feed. Most of you probably know that, right? So instantaneously when you post your comment on a thread in a group, that post goes to the top. That's really important. And also it'll go into people's notifications more, the more interaction there is, and the more quickly that interaction takes place. So if you post something and someone comments, go in there and start, thank you, Rob, go in there and start liking and commenting to keep it going. It's like putting a log on the fire. One more thing I want to show you, if let me just get a whiteboard up here and get another picture in here. You can find this, not the media player. Sorry about that. Excuse me. I'm just going to upload one more chart I didn't put into my slides. You can find this by just Googling, open, close, secret Facebook groups. It's really important if you're going to start a group or if you're joining a group to understand the difference between them. So let me actually keep going, and we'll wait until that comes back in. Not back in, comes in. So that's a common question I get. What are the difference between a closed group, a secret group, and an open group in Facebook? And darn it, I'm having the connection issue again. When I go out and come back in, it works fine. So I'm sorry about that. I'm going to do that. Be right back. Sorry guys, super weird stuff going on here where it just cuts me out and actually just cuts the slide out. The camera keeps working. The connection is gone. Strange stuff. Anyway, moving along. You might want to think about making your own Facebook group or being an admin in one. I'm happy to talk to you about that. I'll put my email here again since I keep moving out of here. If you want to contact me later, you're welcome to. Facebook is where I spend most of my time, but you can also email me anytime here on my website. I did want to, let's see if that came up, show you this chart, although it doesn't look like it's there. So that's something I can also send you, or you can find on Facebook about how to see the difference between a secret group, an open group, and a closed group. That's important. Scheduling events. If you're doing something online, you can schedule an event and everyone who's in the group will get a notification about it, and you can send direct notifications to people about events you're doing, things on your website, so it could be a great marketing tool. This is Innovative Teachers of English. And please join us if you're not already with us. 108,000 members, only 2 active admins. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. This group, thank you, Rob. This group, believe it or not, I'm the only admin. I originally did it as an experiment. Could I build a big group as being the only admin? So yeah, it's just me. I'm not going to always keep it just me, but for now it is. This started as a group to support a MOOC that I did with the help of Sylvia and some others. This is a secret group. Secret groups, people cannot join unless they are you add them to the group. So how to improve your English? You can't find this very easily. It has a question mark at the end, which people point out is incorrect, because you can't change the name of the secret group once the group has been created. So anyway, this is 12,000 people in here. It's a secret group. If you want to be added to it, you can let me know. But it's actually not very active at the moment. But I hope to make it more active again soon. So I learned a lot from asking questions in these groups, from finding out what learners wanted, what kind of teacher they wanted, what kind of materials they wanted. I launched my first online course with the help of Dr. Nelly Deutsch. So Dr. Nelly and I launched the weekly English workout. It was a live class on WizIQ. Here are some promotional pictures I put out. So, sorry. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I learned so much from Nelly about how to use the virtual classroom. I learned also that it probably wasn't going to be sustainable the way I wanted it to be without making it an asynchronous-based video course on a website. So now I use WizIQ. I teach, small groups and classes and things like that, which is great. There's a class I did training Korean English teachers in New Jersey recently. And what I focused on now, on the ground, and I use social media so much for this, is getting these workshops with Gallery Languages. Rhyme on Time is the name of this. This is me in southern Spain. I'm going back to this school in February. And Chuck's going to come in and talk about Gallery Teachers a bit. So Gallery Languages, we have Rhyme on Time, which is my show. We've got Gallery Day Camp, Study Abroad programs, Web TV, and teacher training with Gallery Teachers. So I use social media and Facebook groups especially to promote that and to promote the new weekly English workout, which I'm doing from my website. And I'm going to give you a link where you can join. It's like what Jack was talking about, like a landing page to get email, to build an email list. But it's not just to build the email list. I mean, it is to get them to hopefully buy the course, but also to find out still more about what people are looking for, especially teachers. So teachers can join the course. This is free. The link I just gave you is a starter course. You get some samples. And what I want to talk about here is how we use our Facebook group. This is a private Facebook group only for students in the program. So if you go back here, you can see, right, private Facebook group. So the only people in this group are people who have paid for the weekly English workout program and teachers I've invited to join us in the group. So Rob is in here. There's Chuck, right? So teachers who have helped me build it and review it. So in this group, oh, and I want to mention there is another group that's more open. It's a promotional group. So this is the weekly English workout info group. And this is where I post things to promote my online English program. But here's some of what we do in the Facebook group. Really important thing is students who've paid and are in this group, they have the opportunity to record themselves, whether it's using here, you just used a file and then Dropbox, but Vocaroo is especially recommended because it's, I think, one of the easiest. There's several other platforms where you can record yourself and post it. So yeah, it's secret. It's not a secret class so much as this is a group they have lifetime access to once they have joined and paid for my program. And it's incredibly supportive. It's incredibly interactive. They can post recordings of themselves. They talk about it. I post my evaluations. So you can see here, Neil, who's been involved in this has commented on. Birgit is from Germany. Emin is from Turkey. And yeah, it's like an LMS, but we're already in the kitchen. We stay in the kitchen. It's really hard to get people off. People's schedules, the way that people want on-demand tutoring. It's the same kind of feeling. Facebook group, there's always somebody there. There's always something happening. They don't have to wait. Yes, if it's public, they won't comment, they won't do it. And they're actually people, Birgit is someone who hates Facebook, but she's always in this group. So it kind of makes sense, right? The paradox. Because here it's closed, it's safer. Also, they've paid money. So it becomes more of this investment. And I think that's a really important thing psychologically. And then I post my feedback. So I say, here you go, Birgit, and this is my voice message. So it isn't live speaking and listening, but this kind of asynchronous speaking and listening back and forth works really very, very well. And I'll just speed through some of this. This is just, and also people can post questions. Now, of course, you can do this. Emin's asking, could you please help me understand how we use Ain't? And then Sophia from Poland came in with just a link. Of course, you can do this in any group, but again, it's the investment they've made in the course makes the Facebook group more alive, and they've actually made their own Skype conversation group from this. I think Rob was saying something about that. People meet. Facebook's amazing in the way people can then take off and go somewhere else to work and practice. So we have also different days. It's Music Monday. We have Music Monday, Trivia Tuesday, What Wednesday, Thoughtful Thursdays, Fluency Friday, and Story Saturdays. So there are themes for each day of the week. This is Story Saturday. And I post resources, like I've recently posted this. I posted Neil. It's a great way to promote other teachers also. Promote Neil Millington's dreamreader.net and others. And also, if you see here, for these of you who attended yesterday's live class, so it's a great way to come off the live class to go into the Facebook group, continue what we were talking about. For people that weren't there, they can get into what we were doing in the live class. So yeah, it's like using it as an LMS. I want to stop here. I know I was kind of racing, but I see I only have 7 minutes left, and I know you may have questions. I have a lot more knowledge on this subject than I have shared, because I think more direct questions, whether you ask me now or if you contact me later about how to use Facebook more interactively. Thanks, Rob. I didn't mean it as a boast. Just that I realized how to rush through things to make sure I didn't go over. I'm wary that there are others coming up. I think one more after mine. Anyone have a question about using Facebook? Sorry, I don't know what happened to my picture I tried to upload here. Basically, it was just a chart. You can find it online. Very useful. That just shows the difference between a closed group, a private group, and an open group on Facebook. Secret groups, but are they called private? No, actually, there's open, closed, and secret. I use the word private. Good question about fan pages, Javi. I'll come back to that. I call it private because it's actually not like any of the three. It's closed, not open. But it's not secret because actually I need to see people need to be able to request to join. Once they pay for the program, then they get a link to the group and make a request to join. I get requests all the time for this group that I deny. It has to be a student who has paid for my course. So I call it private. The status technically on Facebook is closed, so the students can request. I only let in somebody once they have paid for the program. Yes, exactly. I make it a closed group, and then just so I can take the requests from people, and I don't have, and then, right, and then it's private. Don't let anybody else in. Javi's asking about pages. Fan pages are tough. I still get a lot out of my fan page because I have a significant number of likes on it and enough activity going on. I think starting out now with a page, if you don't have a fan page, is probably not the best idea. It depends on your strategy. I would say for a teacher, it's probably not going to be so useful. I would spend more time in groups, making connections, driving people to give you their email address. If it's about driving to websites, now, with pages, of course, you can advertise, but it's a blessing and a curse. It gets more difficult for many people to get organic reach once they start paying for reach. On the other hand, it's not that expensive compared to a lot of other types of advertising, and if you have a great product, a great service, putting in money for Facebook advertising, especially to get, to kind of get things going, get some emails, get some people to your stuff can be useful. Thank you. You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Let me just mention what you think. I won't mention any names, but I can think of 3, 4, even more people off the top of my head who have messaged me and said, "Hey, could you post this in one of your groups? What do you think of this?" And I've done it, and those people get more attention, and then they get more reach, and they're able to get their stuff out there. If I don't feel so excited about what you're doing, I'll just, I'll say, "Oh, you can just post it yourself." But if you think it's something that, if I can help you with, because it does make a difference, how active you are on Facebook and how as far as reach goes. So I'm happy to help, and it could be by just when you post stuff, if I like it and other people like it, we're just going to like it and comment. But we can't, please also bring something to my attention if you want to by emailing me, and I'll try to help you. Or if you have questions about how you can reach more people through Facebook, let me know. How does using social media benefit your students? Well, in my case, the students I have now in the weekly English workout, and I'll just go back to that slide to promote it and also I'm talking about it. But this private Facebook group, I would say it's just unbelievable how much they're benefiting from it. And almost every day, one of them tells me how much this group is helping them. It's just completely night and day from their other experience on Facebook. And that's because when they ask a question, I'm right there, within seconds, or another teacher. They're able to make friends with people in the program that they see in the live classes. So, that they're in Skype groups. So it's really wonderful how much they're benefiting by getting their questions answered by me and other students. They're benefiting from being able to practice English. We correct them if they ask for corrections, posting recordings, just the links that are there compared to other groups, because it's just much more focused and the quality is higher because of the teachers who are in there. It's amazing. I would strongly recommend it for whatever online English teaching you're doing. Ding, ding, ding. There's Philip.
Hello, Jason. Well done. Great. More brilliant information. Actually, I have one question before you go. Nelly said something about learner management system. I'll probably bring that subject up with her tomorrow. But can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah. Well, Nelly is an expert on LMSs, and I've always felt uncomfortable with them. I've always been really excited about so we're talking about WizIQ or Moodle or any of the others, or combining them as some people do, like WizIQ and Moodle. The problem I've had with it is not the power of them. On the contrary, like that's what's amazing. Like, wow, you can store all this stuff for your students. And all. The problem has been getting my students to actually go there and do stuff, because two things. One is they don't like the interface. They don't like the platform. It's buggy. It's hard to understand. There's a learning curve. I'm not going to mention any names, but for your average student, I mean, you're already dealing with a second language speaker. And in my program, I have students from 18 countries. Okay, so it's, I've had problems just communicating and trying to use it this way. That's the first thing. The second thing is the whole in the kitchen idea that students are already on Facebook, and in the past it was harder, but now, sharing files there, messaging, putting things, it's become, as Nellie pointed out, it's like a learning management system. It's great to learning curve forces EFL learners to read. That could be a good or a bad thing, right? I mean, what I found is I'm spending so much time getting my English learners to figure out what to do that there's no time left to just, like in the Facebook group, it's pure, communicative, interaction. It's not, and it's fun. And the anxiety people have about these big things. Now, that being said, I have a weekly class on WizIQ, which is private, just for my students. I can upload things there for them. What's happened, though, is that even there they've had some issues, so I've been doing a lot of it through Facebook and email. But I have a small course, so it's not, hopefully we're going to grow it, to be very, very big, and then a learning management system with more power would certainly be something I'd reconsider.
Great, great. Well, thank you again, Jason. I'm sure people can get in contact with you through Facebook, of course, and Innovative Teachers in English, and your email address. I think you gave it out a little earlier if people want it again.
Yes, and if you can't reach me through Facebook, email me and I'll add you if you're a teacher, because you might not be able to add me. I'm going to say, please sign up, teachers, for my free course. There's a free weekly English workout sample course. I call it a course. It's just some videos, but here it is. So anyone can sign up there, students and teachers. It's an email list. I'm trying to put together an email list, but you get my free YouTube lyrics songbooks with all the lyrics for all my songs. You can download that when you join, and you get 5 sample videos, and there's no strings attached. You're not going to be roped into the paid program, but of course you will receive some promotional emails like Jack was talking about. I've got them on a schedule, so you will get that. But yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much. You get those emails. Yeah. Feel free to
Me too. We all get them.
Okay, well, feel free to unsubscribe if you want to, of course. But it does work. As annoying as it is to receive those, if you're not thinking about buying something, Jack is absolutely right. For people that are on the fence, it is probably the best way to convert them into a paid customer. It really is.
Okay, great, Jason. Thank you again.
Thank you, Philip, Rob, and Nellie. There are other people involved in this, but you three have really been doing amazing things to make this work, especially you, Philip. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye. Bye, Jason. Now, so final speaker of the evening coming up pretty soon, and we had Jason there, and it was fantastic. Jason the Machine Levine. If anybody knows the movie reference, please type it in there. And coming up next, we have The Big Bunkowski, another movie reference. Well, kind of. We have Dr. Frank coming up pretty soon, and he's going to talk about Google Courses, Course Builder. And so, yes, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. Thank you for sticking with us. And yeah, if there's any questions about what's happening, please let me know. Anything there? Great. Thanks, Nelly. Yeah, fine. Okay. Just ready for Frank if he's somewhere. Oh, Frank. Hello. Somewhere. Oh, Frank. Hello.
Hello, Philip.
Is that?
I can't see myself yet.
Yes, I can see you.
Here we go.
Great, I'll find your. Okay, I'm getting
Fantastic.
a little bit of feedback there, Frank. Okay, I'm getting a little bit of feedback there, Frank. Yeah, little bit of echo. Yeah, little bit of echo.
Yeah, I don't use a microphone. I'm on my MacBook.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do anyway. So yes, I just
can't
want
see
to.
myself, but that's okay.
Yes, I just want to. Yeah, I'm kind of coming back on a loop there, but we'll walk. Yes. Okay. Walk. Talk. Okay. Walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie.
Oh, I don't have headphones.
Okay. That seems to be one speaks. One. That seems to be one speaks. One. Okay, let me speak first, and we'll start it from there. Okay, let me speak first. Okay. So tell me a little bit about your courses, Frank. Okay. So tell me a little bit about your courses, Frank.
Well, I'm going to be talking about some of the online stuff, but originally, and I'll show this in some of my slides. Let's see if this works here. Can I scroll? No, not yet. But I am I wear many hats. I'm an EFL teacher, and I've been a teacher for a long time, longer than I think I have, and I'm also a writer. I've published a number of textbooks, and got into actually distance education. A long time ago, 20 years ago. Is the volume okay, Philip?
Fine, Frank. I'm going to type the question. I'm going to type the questions.
I can hear you fine.
I'm going to type questions to you. I'm going to type questions to you. Okay, Frank. Yes, I've just put some questions here for you, Frank. Yes, I've just put some questions here for you, Frank.
Yeah, I'll be looking, the gist of my talk today, and first of all, Philip, let me, as the others have said, thank you for the amazing job that you've done, and I've gotten great support from, first of all, Rob Howard, Nellie. I spoke with Nellie for over an hour this week, and she's been extremely helpful, and I've just been learning so much. I've been online since 6 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time. So everything is just fantastic, and I don't know who said that we're not learners, we're not students, we're teachers. But certainly, I've been a student today and learned a heck of a lot from everyone, starting with Graham in the UK. I don't know if everybody's been here for the last 5 hours, but of course Graham in the UK, and then there was Rob in Rio, and there was Jack also in the UK, and the other Jack was in the U.S., and now Jason in Paris, and I'm from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And I noticed some people from France, French speakers online, so I'll address those speakers later. But it's just been great. And Philip, you put me last, which puts me on the spot. But you know that expression, we keep the best wine, again, of course, with respect to the other great speakers, we keep the best wine for last. Can you hear me, Philip?
Yep. Oh yeah, that's.
Yes,
Oh no,
I can
I'm.
hear you, Frank.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, no, I'm coming back again. Oh, no.
Don't talk.
Don't talk.
Yes. Okay. I'll just. I'll let you do the presentation, Frank.
Yes.
That's the best thing.
Okay, I'll let you do the presentation, Frank. That's the best thing.
Okay, well, as there were a number of questions you had asked previous speakers about the e-learning industry and the growth in the industry and so on, and that'll be part of my talk today. But as I said, I'm an author of ESL materials. I've actually started out in writing materials for the high school level and adult education materials with things like Pearson Education and Nelson. Mainly writing in Canada. So I've got a lot of experience writing. I love writing. I love the buzz, the thrill of producing something, and it's of course reflected in my work in online teaching, or actually online publication. Because what we have seen today is most everyone is talking about live classroom online teaching, the virtual classroom, and I'm going to be focusing on self-paced teaching. Jack Askew mentioned online courses, and that's going to be the focus. So I've been an ESL teacher for a long time. I worked in distance education 20 years ago, and of course distance education correspondence courses, and then that's evolved into online teaching today. And over the last few years, I've become an e-learning specialist, you might say. And that's another challenge. If I go on and say that my latest publications are a book I wrote, Business Writing. I've got a website, and I'll give you the link later, called Business English HQ for headquarters.com. And I've written a little book called Right Now, Business Writing That Gets Results. And also Make Your Point, How to Write Better Emails. So I've also done a little work as Jack Prince has done in email writing, but he's just done fascinating work. His app is just fantastic. So congratulations to Jack on his app. What also I've done, let me continue here, is I've over the last couple of years I've published, and it's popping up here in a second. Where is it? Where is it? Yes. Well, presently I teach advanced ESL and also academic English at a Francophone college in, whoops, why is that there? Get away from me, please. Advanced English, English literature, academic writing at a Francophone college in Montreal. So some of my French listeners might relate to my working with Francophone students and love that. And I work in the hybrid, or we had the term before, the blended classroom. So I do obviously live teaching that I love, and I also do online teaching through Moodle. And I know Nellie's going to be talking about that, and she's going to be sharing her knowledge on Moodle, which actually I love, and it's quite a powerful tool. So let me go on here. So yeah, I love Moodle. I'll be talking a little bit about Moodle and talking about terms. That Moodle is of course some of the jargon that we come up with, and I don't know if everyone here is an expert in online learning and teaching, but there's certainly other jargon that I'll want to refer to later. Some of the stuff I've done, and I think, I'm not sure if Jack Prince referred to Udemy, which is a great source for online materials. And I've published a course there that's actually under revision at the moment. And it's called Writing and Speaking How to Get Hired, actually, CV resume writing, how to get hired writing and speaking at your best. And that's a large course. It's many lessons. It's something like 80 lessons. And then there's Curious. No one has mentioned there's a site called Curious that's interesting, that has that provides bite-sized pieces of that course. And actually, that is selling better than Udemy. I'll come back to pricing a little bit later on courses. And then I've recently founded what's called the businessschoolhq.com, which offers actually one online course. There's issues of time and so on. But let me ask a few questions to the audience. Some of the previous speakers asked questions. I know Rob asked a number of questions. So I want to find out who you are, and second, why you're here. So if you could type in if anybody is in the chat box. So are you here because you're a small business owner, the owner of a language school, or a freelance author, consultant, or a teacher? Anybody here who fit those categories? Anybody? Yes. Andrea's typing. Yeah, all of the. Oh, fantastic. Jaime, great. Robert is a freelance teacher. Great. I'm a teacher in business English in Argentina. Yeah, fascinating, excellent. Own and operate my own private tutoring service. Fantastic. So a number of people from Canadian, living in Uruguay. Fantastic. My other question is, are you here because you're interested in learning about creating your own e-learning materials based on some materials or book you've written, or perhaps to inform your clients or your students? So succinctly, are you here because you want to create your own materials? So hands up on that. Okay, people saying yes, 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 create my own materials, new material, fantastic. So let me go on here and say you are, whoops, did I go too fast? Yes, so here, so whether you're an entrepreneur, an author, a teacher, you have your own class of students, and you want to create materials, fantastic. And so if you answered yes to those questions about e-learning, creating your own materials, fantastic. You are then, as I have indicated here, you're at the right place at the right time, because I'm going to be talking later in this presentation about simple cost-effective ways to create e-learning materials, and I'm going to be focusing more on self-paced e-learning rather than the live classroom teaching, which pretty much everyone else has spoken about, which is really another kettle of fish. If you know that expression, kettle of fish it's different from the live classroom, the face-to-face classroom. And I'll get into terms, but you're probably asking yourself a few questions about creating your own materials, and you might ask yourself these questions: where am I going to find the time to do it? I know Jack Askew talked about the time commitment, and I see just about everybody who spoke previously said that they do it full time, and they spend a heck of a lot of time devoted to their business, and that could be that's an issue. Me, I spend a lot of my time doing actually classroom teaching and less time. I wish I had more time, and I want to take more time in the future to do online teaching. But so do you have enough time to do it? And the other issue is, do you have enough confidence in yourself to do it? It took me, I'm an older person, I'm a teacher, I've taught for many years, and I've gained the confidence, and I've gained the sort of the stature and the presence in class. And the students are impressed by that, because I come into the class, I'm confident. But when online teaching, confidence, and other people have talked about fear. I know Nellie mentioned teachers need to believe in themselves, which is true. And Rob mentioned that third point, know-how. Where are you going to get the expertise? Do I have the knowledge or expertise to do online teaching? Maybe you're a accomplished teacher or a consultant and you know your subject matter, but do you have the expertise? And today's talks are a great step. Rob talked about training. Others talked about knowing what to do. Jack Askew was talking about his approach to creating his own materials, which is something I'll come back to later in this presentation. So let me ask this here. By the end of this presentation, you'll learn more about why e-learning is so popular, who is creating online courses, apart from our previous speakers who are actually doing one-to-one or live online teaching, and how do you create your own simple effective courses with Google. I'm a Google fan, and a few people have mentioned Google Hangouts in the previous presentations, but not everybody, they've mentioned Skype, but not everybody not too many people have mentioned Google. I see a mistake. Can anybody pick up the mistake in a little punctuation mistake in my slide? Anybody pick up a punch? Yes, there's a question mark missing. Sorry about that. I tell my students I'm not perfect when I do things like that in class, especially when I'm writing on the chalkboard. I'm always writing things crookedly or misspelling things, and I say I'm not perfect. I don't expect you to be either. So by the end, you'll learn these three things. Hopefully, a little bit more about the status of online teaching, who creates courses, and the focus is creating your own courses. Let's look a little bit at e-learning statistics. I know Philip previously asked that. Probably didn't read these sources from PACE. Where is it coming up now? That the self-paced e-learning, a simple 49.9 billion, bottom there, are India, China, Malaysia, Romania, and Poland are growing dramatically in their need for online learning. And let me look at the second point here, which is coming. Hear me.
Hi. Frank, sorry. Frank, can you hear me?
Is that Nellie? Yes?
Frank, can you hear me, please? This is Nellie.
Nellie?
Frank, can you mute your webcam because your audio is breaking up? Yeah,
Mute the
mute
sound?
your webcam, please. Thank you.
Hold on here. Oh, I see it here.
Yes, could you mute your webcam, please? Your voice is breaking up.
Is it muted now, Nellie?
Look at the chat box.
Or input volume? Lower it? Can't seem to want to mute it, Nellie. It's down lower. Is that better? Okay, it's perfect now. Excellent. Thank you. So now I want to look at e-learning popularity. Is that better? It's great now. Excellent. Thank you, Javi. Thank you, Andrea. Now it's perfect. Very good. So obviously e-learning is popular, and we've seen that from some of our previous speakers today, particularly Jack and the two Jacks, and from Rob and Jason as well. I mean, it's extremely popular, and they've already mentioned a few reasons why it's popular. And as I said, I'm going to be focusing on self-paced in the rest of this talk here. I'm going to be focusing on self-paced learning, which is different from the live last week to people at Dale Carnegie online. All of their stuff is mostly live training, and I noticed I think it was Rob who spoke about Dale Carnegie, one of my favorite authors who's just been so inspirational. So self-paced learning, which is and I'll talk about terms, some jargon later. We've already seen that it's flexible. It's always available. You could learn 24/7 if you're not interested in sleeping. Some people are just nighthawks and they want to work at night. So we've already seen those. It's based. It could be audiovisual, and we'll see examples of audiovisual. You want it to literally, audio is still coming in waves. Sorry about that. And Angel in the UK, Philip, okay. Online courses very often much better quality. Yes, that's true. If I go on here, online courses are very much better. The instructions know the needs of the previous speakers have talked about themselves as that term before, massive open online courses. Coursera is one of the largest databases for university open courseware, regrouping 16 universities. There's a famous place that I actually haven't used that much. It's called Khan Academy, offers courses on a variety of topics, and would you believe has 34 million users. And then I mentioned before there's Udemy, and I've run some courses on Udemy. I'll talk a little bit later about that kind of platform where you get your course up online, but they take quite a bit of a percentage of the money you make. And we know we want to make as much money as possible. And even if you're a publisher, so Udemy takes, I think, up to 30%. Coursera, not Coursera, but Curious, on the other hand, takes up to, I think, 50% of the money you make. And then, of course, while I'm mentioning Udemy, check out Nina Weinstein's article just published on EFL Magazine on how to do a course in Udemy. She has a nice little article that condenses that information about how to put up a course on Udemy. They give you the platform, and they give you all kinds of tips and so on how to produce a course. And then there are big companies that offer online training companies. And according to elearningindustry.com, 77% of U.S. companies offer corporate online training to improve professional development of their employees. So the phenomenon is growing and will continue to grow. And the key question now for this talk and for our listeners is, why would you want to get into the game? And what I'm going to be doing, because people do say they want to get into the game themselves, and I'm talking about that self-paced learning game. So why would you? And I want to refer to a survey that was done by a brilliant young marketer called Danny Inney, who has a site called Miracy.com. He surveyed over 1,000 people, entrepreneurs, coaches, freelancers, like many of you here, about their interest in online course creation. And this is kind of interesting what he found. Why are you interested in building a course? And I know Jack Askew mentioned this before. It's to help people solve a problem or learn something. But it's also to reach a wider audience, as we saw before, to be accessible online. And it's also, obviously, well, to have a positive impact on a large audience, and also to earn passive income, which is a term I love, because for many years in textbook publishing, for 20 years, I made a lot of money in passive revenue and royalties from textbooks from a market that we captured for activity books. And that's just the greatest feeling, to have ongoing revenue coming in 24/7. And then the other aspect of creating your own courses is having your own business. And many of the speakers we saw so far, not all, but run their own online business. So that's certainly a motivating factor. Another thing that Danny Inney in his survey asked people, what is the biggest challenge as an individual entrepreneur or freelancer? And I face this all the time, and Jack Askew talked about this, is the biggest challenge is, and if we can get that slide up, is marketing, getting enough students, organizing your content, technology a bit, time other. People say that finding the ideal message and positioning to demonstrate the usefulness of the course material. And the biggest challenge too is also marketing, as we see in the next slide. Two young ladies commented on this survey that Danny put together a few months ago, in September, in fact. And the first young lady, Jessica, says, marketing. As we slowly see it load here, marketing is the course, and having people sign up is the hardest challenge. You know, I'm a trained educator and have no problem creating content, but can't find the people. And Jack referred to that in, well, he said it's not so much a problem of traffic as a problem of conversion. But these people seem to also indicate that it is a problem in finding people. And the other young lady, Lexi, says it is marketing the course. And as Jack said, teachers, and including myself, we're hesitant about wanting to to sell. I mean, sometimes some of us think maybe it's a dirty thing to want to sell, but as Jack pointed out, it's so critical. It's really critical. And I remember a comment by one of my favorite authors previously. His name is Ernie Lazinski. I don't know if you know. He wrote a book called The Joy of Not Working, a book for the retired, employed, and overworked. And he once commented in an interview that writing, if you think writing a book is difficult, it is 10 times, I think he said 10 times more difficult to actually sell the book. So it is a challenge that someone like Jack approaches with a lot of enthusiasm and spends a lot of time on doing it. Okay, the other issue, and I'll come back to my previous point where I asked you, is what do you think is the biggest impediment to reaching your goals? And here, this survey again points out not having enough time, confidence, knowledge, expertise, choosing my niche, that's a term that several people mentioned before, creating the right content. And we've gotten lots of ideas previously from previous speakers on how to find your niche and how to create content, how to create the right content for your audience. Okay, let's move on to the next point, which has to do with jargon busting. So much of if you're new to the field and jargon is something that sort of gets on your nerve, raise your hand if you find that there's a lot of jargon in e-learning. Tell me if you find that there's too much jargon. Yes. Anybody there? Too much jargon in e-learning? Yes, yes. Even Nellie says so. Philip says yes, yes. Some jargon, and yes, of course, and we need some new jargon, as the fellow says in the picture there. The public are starting to understand what we're talking about. So we have terms like instructional design, we have authoring tool, we've heard this term before, LMS, synchronous versus asynchronous, forum, MOOC. I mean, all these terms sometimes drive me crazy because I've got to keep on going into the dictionary and finding out what these terms mean. Anyway, these are some of the key words. Instructional design, which really basically has to do with analyzing is developing materials based on the needs and goals of your learner. An authoring tool is something like what we're using right now is WizIQ. I'm going to be showing a little bit later, before I run out of time, on how to use Google Course Builder. Mainly its features and some of its benefits. And then we've heard the term MLS, and there are tons of these. MLS Moodle is one, Google Course Builder is one, Blackboard, I think Rob mentioned Blackboard, and then there are tons of these learning management systems. If you type in learning management system, you'll come up with hundreds. Some of them cost quite a bit of money as well. We have synchronous versus asynchronous. Synchronous is in real-time learning, where asynchronous and self-paced learning is asynchronous, where students learn from video lessons and game-based learning tasks that they complete on their own and not delivered in real time. And there's forum or group, and Jason talked about forum through, in a sense, through Facebook groups, but we do have that in self-paced learning. And then there are the variety of MOOCs that are out there, where some of them have up to 150,000 students and are offered by the major universities, the Harvards and the Yales and the Princetons and so on. Let's move on now to the thing I want to focus mainly on in the time I have remaining is on how to create your own online courses. The main focus of this presentation. So how to create simple, effective, low-cost online courses. And so I'll be talking about a tool I recently discovered called Google Course Builder, which is how to creating good online materials, which is the Google Course Builder is part of the suite of Google tools, and I'll mention them later. And actually, I came across Google Course Builder by accident a few months ago because it's not that well known, and yet it's a good basic site that many of you might want to get into. So creating good online courses, and I wrote an article on this topic, as you see the reference at the bottom to EFL Magazine, Create E-Learning Materials in 5 almost simple steps, where I where I go through the process of planning a course and then actually publishing it and using the Google suite of tools. And if I go on and say, well, the first step in creating, know what you're doing, and Rob Howard talked about this. He talked about this issue that you need to know what you're doing. You need to keep your learners in mind throughout the process. That's a given. I mean, we've all heard this in previous. I highly recommend that those who haven't attended this morning listen to everyone who talked about the need to know your learner and know what learners want. There are also objectives. You have to know what you want your target audience, your students, to learn. I mean, I go into my live classrooms thinking myself, what's in it, asking myself the question, what will the students take away from this? And at the end of this lesson, of this presentation, I'll have some takeaway questions for you. And think of what's in it for me from a learner's point of view. What's in it for me? Why do I want to be in this classroom? Engagement is really important. Engage learners and by telling a story or sharing your experience. And I love what Rob Howard said about being personal. And I try to be as personal as possible in my own classroom teaching. Thank you, Rob, for all of those key points that I think all of us, even classroom teachers, can implement and use. And it's certainly important to even do that even more in online teaching. And then you have to have applications, activities and tasks that are applicable to the real world. And Jack Prince did a wonderful job in showing us in real world applications of email writing. So thank you, Jack. I'm going to want to have a look at your the app that you. So use the right tool box. We talked about tools, and I'm going to be focusing mainly, as I said, on Google Course Builder, and I'm also going to be focusing on what I'm using right now is the MacBook, and iMovie. And iMovie is a tool that I use. So what about Google tools? Not too many people you have mentioned Google so far. So one person mentioned Google Hangouts, and we keep on talking about PowerPoint and so on. But this presentation was built with Google Slides. So we have, unfortunately, someone mentioned that Google is blocked in some countries, which I'm not sure where actually it's blocked. But we have, obviously, we have email, Gmail, we have Google Drive, which is the repository in the cloud of all your materials. And there's Google Docs, there's Google Slides, there's Google Hangouts on Air, which I use in my video presentations. I interviewed Philip, by the way, on Google Hangouts. You might want to check that article, that interview on my website, businessschoolhq.com. Ooh, blocked in China still. I thought it was blocked. Oh, it's blocked in China. Oh man, that's, well, anyway, we can't be everywhere. Google can't be everywhere. And the other thing I want to mention about the toolbox is YouTube. I think Jason mentioned he originally started his stuff on YouTube. But what's so fascinating, great about Google is all of these tools, and the new ones come on almost every day, are seamlessly integrated. And all of them are free, which is really mind-boggling. I mean, maybe you're not a Google fan, but I certainly am. And I share it with my students, my classroom students, as just a great tool to use. And what I want to focus on is this tool, this platform, this authoring tool called Google Course Builder. I had a recently, and this will come out next week. Actually, once I finish this presentation, I have to revise or edit an article I wrote. It's an interview with Jeannie Crowley, who's a Google Course Builder expert, who shared with me a lot of her knowledge about Google Course Builder. And she also coached me on some of the finer features of getting up and running in Google Course Builder. It's not totally crystal clear how to start it, but once you get it running, you'll find it has these particular features. Yes, it's a wonderful new platform. Oh, I see Judy Wong already showed my students some pics from Google via share screen last night. Excellent. So some of the features of Google Course Builder, and when I mentioned this to Nellie last week that it's free, she said, whoa, come on, a learning platform system that has some pretty good functionality. It's free, it's open source, which is kind of interesting. Google does the hosting, and I mean, I don't have 100,000 students in my course, but I think if you run large numbers of students, they might charge you for internet hosting space, but I haven't reached that yet. We'll see later that it's very simple to navigate a course built in Google Course Builder, and as I mentioned before, it integrates all the suite of Google tools, which is fantastic. Okay, so if we move on, one of the important things too, as we've seen in the live classroom, and particularly important in the self-paced course, is the need to enhance, to build, to encourage teacher-learner interaction. Now, this is the thing I think Rob mentioned, that a lot of the problems with online learning, or people just get bored and they just leave and they walk away. My neighbor did a course, a business education course, and there was so little interaction with the teacher that he gave up on it. So it's important to develop. It's important to increase learner motivation by interaction. And ways that Google Course Builder and other online courses particularly increase the sort of interaction in a course. In online courses, there are mini assessments in the course with each lesson, and then you can give understanding checks. There could be full assessments. There could be a Google Group, Google Forum, where the students are chatting with each other and sharing. Of course, there's video that you could create and have students ask questions on the video and work with each other to respond to a video. And then, of course, there's video chat through Google Hangouts. And Google Hangouts, you could do chat just like Skype. I mean, I'm not using Skype that much. I'm using more. Some people say there's a challenge to getting into Google Hangouts, but once you get the hang of it, if I may say, it works pretty well. And then I do my recording. I do my video recording in part of some of my video recording in the Google what's called Google Hangouts on Air, where you can record your stuff. So let me show you quickly here as time runs down. This is a screenshot from the course I created, and I did a little course, sort of a course on how to create crystal clear emails. And if you see here, when I activate this pencil here, you see here, okay, we have announcements here, we have the course, we have forum, we have registration, a bit, and then here we have a introductory video which I recorded in my office, and it explains briefly the purpose of the course. So that was kind of fun to do. And if we look at the next one, we see if we go in, register for the course, we can see the simple layout of the syllabus. Now, this is often a challenge in many of the courses that deal with Blackboard or stuff like that, that it's very complicated. There are multiple layers of clicking through where students have to find out where they're going. And I think someone mentioned that as a foreign language speaker, they sometimes have challenges following the instructions. But this is very, very simple. The simplicity of the layout, simplicity of the navigation. I created a little pre-test for this email course. Then there are 5 lessons. And I'm sorry, I'm not following the questions. We can pick them up later. Then I have a Unit 6 on additional material, where I give additional books on the topic of email writing, and I'll probably want to add, certainly want to add Jack Prince's app, which I think is a marvelous application. And then there's I created a final writing test that students can share in the course. And just to go on quickly here, my time is moving along pretty quickly. Here's another screenshot from the course that shows that the capability of showing again all the lessons here on the left menu bar has all the lessons. And you notice here, this is a PowerPoint that, a Google slide presentation that I created, uploaded to YouTube, so it's available. It's also available on YouTube, and there's a text version of the video, which is kind of cool. So students, especially if they want to read, I know I like to read on. Someone showed TED TED talks where you can actually see the transcript. And I like to use that with my students as well. And here, so you can see the transcript of the video. Yeah, Google is developing. That's for sure. I'm on their research. How can you call it, poll, where they ask me questions all the time about what I like and what I use. Another thing that's useful in the course is there are some basic activities. You don't want to overload students with all kinds of sophisticated activities. I know in Moodle, when I use Moodle, I have opportunities to do all kinds of stuff, even online writing and correction. But Google Course Builder is very simple. They basically have true-false questions and multiple choice questions. But you can also give feedback. You could indicate why an answer is correct or incorrect. And I know students like to have that kind of feedback on why a mistake is a mistake and why is this the way it is. So that's a useful feature. Okay. Next. Here I've just show you a screenshot of the marketing of the course. Jack, I'm going to have to talk to Jack about marketing. I think we all need. If you're interested in creating online materials, you must know how to market your course. And this is a little page here on my landing page. Now Jack talked a lot about landing pages and splash pages, and here I give an overview of the course. He talked about using simple language and focusing on a problem that learners have, particularly business people. Can we drip out the content? Sorry, what does that mean, drip out the content? How to write push-to-call emails, the practical 5-unit course that contains all the obvious and not so obvious best practices for email writing. Think of this course as your key to writing important emails, especially if English is not your first language, but certainly it could apply to people who are native speakers. Surprisingly, native speakers probably write not as well as foreign language speakers. That's a bit of an overgeneralization, but they don't necessarily have all the grammar or the vocabulary skills that you would expect from a native speaker. And who was it? It was Graham said that 2/3 of the speakers of English are non-native speakers of English. And it was Jack Askew said that a lot of people taking his email app are native speakers of English. So that's interesting to know. So here are some of the, again, when I used to build this site, again, it's a marketing tool, the splash page, I used, Jack didn't mention, but I used something called lead pages. It costs a bit to come up with this, but this allows you to create sort of an interesting lead page or a splash page for you to describe your materials and get people to sign up, hopefully, to your email list, which is, of course, a challenge, is to get people to trust you, have confidence in you. There's so many scams and scammers out there and thieves trying to steal your money. It's important to develop that confidence and trust and credibility in people. Here I again explain the importance of the course, the online course that delivers. And here I've also have a link to the ultimate page, this is on my website, Business School, HQ.com, and I've shared an idea that Jason, the idea of workouts, and I like that. I call it my business workout, how to write crystal clear emails. And really it is a workout in the sense that I like to work out a lot. I mean, every day I'm walking, running, swimming, not quite biking because I'm here in Canada and it's getting cold, but doing a little weights and so on. So really what I do is put into practice exercise, practice, and do things practically. And that's why I call it a business workout. So here you could see, and I've violated Jack Askew's rule about not discounting. Normally I would sell this for $24.95, but here it's at $9.95. Jack said he didn't particularly appreciate discounting, but it's a tool. It's an opportunity to share with people your material. And if I move on, I'm running out of time here. In what way does Lead Pages help you have an interactive class with your students? It's not so much it's a sales tool, Nashaya, not Asha. It's a sales tool for a sales page for you to collect emails. So here, let me move on and something for you to take away because my time is running down. For something for you to take away in this presentation are things to ask yourself. If I come back to the main goal here is if you're interested in creating your own online materials and you're passionate about what has come up before, if you're passionate about what you're doing and you have, let's say, e-learning, you already have some materials, you've written a book. Jack, for example, had written a book on business email writing. He came up with a fantastic idea of an app. So here we have who's my audience? That's key to ask. What is my topic? And what materials already exist? When I did my email writing course, I looked at a ton of email books on the topic and adapted a lot of materials because I love to write, I love to adapt. What is your particular angle? Again, this is related to your niche and it's related to your target audience. What media will I use? Text, audio, video, and as I said, with Google Course Builder, you can combine all of these, and you probably should. Udemy, if I may come back to them, require you to do, I think, 60% of your online material in some form of video, either some kind of a slide presentation or audio presentation, video presentation. So it's a must today. And again, what will learners take away from the course? What's in it for them? And that's key to ask. And if I move on, I'm running out of time. I don't want to be cut off. So what I offer you as a takeaway is you can get a simple PDF that I put together called, where is it? Come up, please. Come. It's called My Simple Formula for Creating Online Language Teaching Materials. You can get it here. You could you see it says Lead Pages. You could go into that link, that URL, get that PDF, and get on my email list. So I'm following Jack Askew's recommendations for building an email list. So get on my list and get those free materials and find out a little bit more about my approach, planning right through publishing an online course. Yes, get people's emails equals Lead Pages. Exactly, Nelly. Excellent. Sorry if I'm cutting out again, Angel, UK. Sorry about that. Oh, another feature that I forgot about Google Course Builder, I had to run a little bit quickly, is that you could do stuff in 57 languages. There are a lot of Hispanic, Spanish-speaking courses that are up in Google Course Builder, and I see that we have some French-speaking people. You could create your own learning materials in French with Google Course Builder. So let me know your e-learning needs. I'm here to help, as other people are, and I'll be contacting other people. I see I have 145 minutes left. Anybody send me some questions, write to me at my website, and my own particular website was built with a Google tool. I have Google for Work, which is a professional application, and it allowed me to create my own little website to promote myself. And that's another great tool from Google. That will cost you a little money to use Google for Work. You get unlimited space in the cloud, and you get support from Google plus 99.9% guarantee of security on and availability of your website. So can some people throw some questions at me? You have any questions? Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Louise, Nick. Please get back to me if you want more information. Check out my my two sites, Business English. Thank you for your comment. Check out my site, businessenglishhq.com and Business School. I've shared a lot of stuff. I thank Philip for the opportunity to share in this presentation. I've learned a heck of a lot, and I'll be back tomorrow to learn from Sylvia and all the others. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. I wish my video was up. I think I'm a pretty good-looking guy. Now, my wife thinks I'm a bit vain. can we have your web address again? As I say, if you go to frank@frankbankowski.com, you'll see all my web addresses, all my websites, my book's available on Amazon. You'll have a link to the courses at Curious and at Google Course Builder. So please, get back to me. Thank you, Rafaela, Angel. I appreciated your participation. Thanks very much. Hope to hear from you. And Philip, is my time up? Sorry we couldn't connect orally, but I'm glad I was able to deliver an important message to, thank you, Sabrina, a message to people who want to be their own online self-paced course creator. And as I say, I'm here to help either as a consultant or to participate in helping you build your materials and lend my 2 cents to what.
Hello, Frank. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Frankie. Are you still there? Hello. No, maybe Frank is gone. Oh, Frank, you're back. Yes.
I put my mic back on.
Thank you. I just had one question for you.
Yes. Yes.
I just wait for myself to come through there.
I just have one question for you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. There's a few questions about how you handle payments on, what kind of platform you use.
Yeah, I'm very flexible. I like what Rob said. I like what Rob said about knowing your target, knowing what's out there. And as I say, I'm flexible. I like to work on a project basis rather than an hourly basis. And I could do consulting work, reasonable consulting work. I mean, teachers and authors and entrepreneurs don't have a lot of money, but so it could be an hourly fee, it could be project based. It could also be related to sharing in authoring in royalties for developing a course. I love to do that, partially a fee and then some royalty payment if I see that it's a course that has what they call lots of legs.
Okay.
That could make a lot of money.
Actually,
if
the payment system you
writer
use
is open to that
through
idea.
Course Builder is, what kind of plugin do you use, or
Actually, the payment system you use, Course Builder, is what kind of plugin do you use? I use PayPal, PayPal.com. And I'm going to go explore a new one that my Google coach tells me about. It's called Square.com, which costs less than PayPal. So it's called Square.com. I also use, I know you mentioned it, Philip, I use MailChimp instead of Aweber because Aweber costs $20 a month. And if you're a serious player like Jack and like the others and even you yourself, I notice you use Aweber, but that's $20 a month US. So there's a fee there. So MailChimp gives me up to 2,000 people free. I know it doesn't do automatic emailing, but it certainly does a job that you could send out emails yourself.
Great, Frank. No, nothing from me. Anybody? Any questions out there?
Anything else, Philip?
Sure. Yeah. So great, Frank. No, nothing from me. Any questions out there?
Yeah, I see here Nelly says MailChimp is great. Yeah, the only let's say drawback is it's not automatic. Sorry, you have to repeat your PayPal. Sorry, yes, the PayPal alternative, as I say, I'm just exploring, is Square.com. Square.com. And apparently, according to my Google coach, it's less expensive than,
Good. And is that available?
Than PayPal.
There's always an alternative, but
there's always an alternative, isn't there?
Good. And is that available?
Yeah.
Go into their website. You could pay in.
Yeah, because some are available in some countries and some not. So, like Stripe, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, because some are available in some countries and some not.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I use PayPal. I use PayPal at the moment, and I'm pretty satisfied because you can receive and send money. Square, yeah, Square. Some banks, Square is a good one and geared more towards businesses, right? And some banks and credit cards are doing it now in some countries. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. It's good to, as I say, have an alternative. Who says that it's very expensive and it's only dollars, right? Yes, Nelly. No. Apparently, it's my Google coach tells me it's less expensive than the percentage is lower than PayPal's percentage. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to compete. Yeah, you can use any currency. Yeah, PayPal is more towards the masses,
Thank you,
individuals. Frank. Yeah, you're welcome. So, Philip, again, thank you for inviting me to this series of webinars. It's been a great experience, and as I say, I have an article coming out next week on e-learning. My interview with Jenny Crowley, who's a Google specialist, Google Course Builder specialist. So I have to go into that article and release it to Sean,
Frank.
your editor.
No problem.
So
It was
I
a
need to do
pleasure
that
as
next.
always, and let's catch up soon.
Okay, Frank. No problem. It was a pleasure as always, and let's catch up soon.
Yes, we will indeed. Great effort. I'll be back for
Thanks,
other webinars, certainly as an attendee. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Nellie, and everyone else. And thanks to the previous speakers. I enjoyed everyone's talk. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you everybody for sticking it out to the end today. And
okay, great. Yes.
Frank is still plugged in somewhere. Okay. All right. So yes, please come tomorrow. And any final questions before we leave for the day? Just to repeat, all the sessions will be recorded or have been recorded, will be recorded, and yeah, they'll be available. I'll mail everybody when I have the links ready. Might do a little bit of editing, who knows? And yeah, you can contact me, Philip, at EFLPHILIP at EFLmagazine.com. Okay, my question is, what time is it there in Japan? Is it? It's 2:04 in the morning here, so I don't know where. That's great. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming, and we're starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. GMT. Sylvia Guinan. So see you all then, and thank you to the sponsors again, The Edge, Integrating Technology, and Dr. Nellie Deutsch, and GalleryTeachers.com and ITDI. Thanks, Rob.